Well, as you may have at this point surmised, I had a few technical difficulties, resulting in the ending of a stream. And the neighbors were over here, and we were hanging out for quite a while, singing songs, making music, having fun. Having quite a good time, I'd say, in fact.
Yeah, I was having a great time.
I'm glad to hear it. I was as well.
Oh, I'm glad.
I think everybody felt very comfortable and, over the music jitters.
When I don't know a song, I don't like all the way. I only sing the parts that I know.
Of course, and you do whatever you feel comfortable with. But, I mean, I think there was a comfortableness playing together that was I hadn't really felt with them all the way before because we were kind of feeling each other out,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of how we operate musically.
Yes.
What flavor is this? Ooh la la. It's delicious. That's what flavor it is.
It's probably one of my favorites.
Red raspberry?
Mm-hmm. So do you think that Jared is an ISTJ?
Probably. What do you think?
I was thinking that.
Mm. My phone got too hot, and it made me quit the apps. It says your phone is too hot. Sorry, no dice-a-rooney, just rice-a-roni. That's the real feeling of satisfaction. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about, Willis? What am I eating? Yogurt? Or just sometimes call it the Gert. Or Gertie Special Pudding. Sometimes I call it that. Or Yo-Yo Gabba Gabba. I have a lot of names for yogurt. Understandably, yogurt has a lot of names for me. Alright, let's try these decadent lemon bars and see how decadent they really are. You promised decadence lemon bars, but I'm not easily impressed. I'm like hedonism bot from Futurama. How delightfully absurd! Alright, decadent lemon bars. If you really are so decadent, that would explain why you're so hard to get into. Any commoners partaking of your decadence. Alright, let's give it a try. It's a decadent lemon bar. Let's see. It says right there. It is indeed all that it promises to be. It's decadent, it's a lemon bar. What more could I ask for? Yager. Is that the new game that's like a Yahtzee knockoff? yogurt. Stop toggling my yogurt. That's not for you to touch. Stop toggling my yogurt. It's my yogurt and only my munch. Stop toggling my yogurt. Dear friends. No, I left this phone out in the sun while I went up to talk to, oh, that's a monster. Josh. Regardless of the monster, let's not get sidetracked by the monster, okay? Most days around this time, we get one or two monsters, usually a Sasquatch, occasionally a creature of the Black Lagoon. I tell you what's a real monster of an idea is continuing to work on the pond now that the neighbors have gone home. So anyway, I was on the sun except it was too hot and it forced me to close the apps. Okay, so we're going to continue with this process here, filling in rocks and concrete to make kind of a sloping thing to get to the top. And I could use a big rock or two to add to that pile. But then I'll need to make more cement. What am I going to do about this side, you might be saying? Well, I'm going to just try to make it happen, one way or another. Like in this instance over here, I think I could probably do one of these bad boys, like so. Watch and learn what I'm talking about. Not how to do anything. This is just Eric make it up as you go doing things, so you should not emulate me under any circumstances. Okay, put this right here. There we go. Now I've got a nice space here filled with concrete. And then I could even, do it the old 1-2, like so. Put this bad boy up in there, for example, or maybe down here more. Well, it's not ideal, but I could do this. This would be good. That'll help. Okay. Good. So, get some rocks as well, some big rocks. Like this. Which I can put right there, for example. And then I want to get a big rock or two for here that will hopefully catch this stuff and make it less far out here. But yeah, it's coming along. It sure is coming along. Let's see about this. Is this going to fit here? Sure will. Okay, well, I'm going to need there. Okay, that helps. Okay. Well, now I feel like it makes sense to do a pour here and see if we can get this yad out like we want it. Add a couple of rocks here. Assist with this yang. Okay, good.
I definitely don't want to fall into that.
No, you don't want to fall into this. But there's absolutely no reason why you would. So don't worry about it. And it's not done yet anyway, so wait until it's done before you fret about something like that.
I'm not trying to read on your parade, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I fortunately scheduled a bunch of rain-themed floats for this parade.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. So next we're going to go mix a jug of cement, which is to say, of course, a bucket of cement. I just feel that the jug is an underused container size, and I'd like to incorporate it more in my weights and measurements. Okay, let's take a gander at what the cat dragged in, namely me. The crack the pond. I don't know what that means. So I'm gonna need to go get another thing of cement here from the car. Which we will do right now. Well, there's still a guitar out here. I need to put it back inside the house at some point. The acoustic guitar is outside. We played a lot of music with the neighbors. They're really into playing music.
Yeah, they are.
Rachel and I enjoy it. I enjoy it, but they're really into it. More than us, I think. Wouldn't you say, Rachel?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're...
But I can't, you know. It's whatever. I just feel like that. Like, I don't want it to seem like I'm, like, not entertained because I am. I just don't know, like, the words to all the songs.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's nice to have a couple of FI people who aren't thinking about how things are perceived so much, and just their whole thing is you don't need to worry about anything except whether it's like authentic experience, you know. At least that's kind of Kay's frame of reference, I think.
What?
I think that's Kay's frame of reference. I think Jared's a little bit more TE, like he works on stuff, but Okay, here we go. Enough of me analyzing the neighbors. Let's get a bag of concrete. All right, everybody. It's Muscle Man Eric time. Okay, here it is. Bag of concrete number 2. Now what we're going to do, we're going to get what the Mexicans call el bucket. Dating back to their old Pueblo days, early Mexicans used buckets to transport their burro manure.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. I don't just love you with my words or my mind. I love you with my emotion heart.
Thank you.
Where the purest of loves reside.
Aw.
We're going to load it up with some water. We're not going to go too overboard because with this concrete, the water seems to go a longer distance than with the other kind of concrete that I had from before, which may have been the same company, but with different packaging and just seemed like had different consistency to it. So let me just empty the rest of this bag in here. I'm going to try not to breathe in any of these dust. There it is, everybody. It's a cauldron of concrete. Oh. And this one. Okay. Now here we go. Now we're going to stir until our stirring thing takes us away. Alright. So that's obviously way too soupy. We need to open the next bag of concrete. That's the tire in the man. Okay.
You're really doing it.
I really am. Alright, well this is very thick. Probably use another dab of water, but not much more. Let's give it another dab of water. Whoop. Yeah, that's good. That should be fine. Turn this off. And what we're going to try to do, put some gloves on. Like now. Okay. Got our hands in the gloves, and we're ready to eat doves. All right. So let's see how Operation America Pond proceeds with the current plans as you see meow. Okay. Okay. We're really starting to cook with biscuits now. don't need to move. You stay right there. And we put more rocks here to help. Oh, woo-wee. Well. That's looking pretty good. Oh, that's what I call progress, progress, without an extra S. Needs one more S, but that's okay. Stop being such an S Nazi. Get away, mosquito. Nobody wants you here. Least of all me. What a scoundrelly beast that mosquito is. No. Horrible news. You stay there. God damn it. Fine. I know when I'm beat. Okay. So, I'm going to have to chop this off probably. But we could go something like this maybe. Alright, well, we're going to need more cement regardless. So, this big root needs to stop acting like it owns the place. Go away, mosquito. Get away. There, got that right. Okay, well, I'll just, get this area here. With the plan of attack that I have. And then I'll pay attention to how I'm going to do some of the other spots here. So, first things first, I need more cement. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Oh, there's a bucket down there. That was dumb. You can't mix concrete without a bucket.
You can't. It just can't be done.
Alright. Now that I have the bucket, I will put some water in it. Put a fair amount in. Which is quite a bit. Now we're going to meow. Let's see, when meow. The first order of business is to scoot the meow closer to the meow. I'm just going to make the rest of this bag. Okay. Oh, that's still way too soupy, so I have to go get another bag of concrete.
That was such a good thing to get.
Yeah, it was. Well, I'm back. I'm back with the concrete and a whole new clarity of vision. This time, I'm going to add the right amount of concrete, maintain the right consistency. Get away, mosquitoes. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, well, this is what you would call a full bucket of concrete. Perhaps a little too full. Okay. Woo-wee. Alright, I'm gonna get a couple of spots I need to get up here before I take it down to lighten the load a little bit. So I need to get right there, this hill right here, and a little bit right there, coming up along the side here. Alright, let's do that. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see what else I can get around here. Good. That's good. Get right here. Right there. I'm gonna pile that up a little bit there. Okay. Now let's try to get this part from up here on the top, right here. This is obviously not an ideal place to put concrete, but I have faith that it will work anyway. Let's give it a shot. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. I need to fix over here with the crack. Okay. All right. Oh, that's a tiring thing. Alright, now this is considerably more empty. I can finagle it around here a bit. It's the old niggity meow. Just stay there. Wee-hoo! Wow. This is a real workout schmirkout.
I'd call it a humdinger.
Yeah. You could say that again. Get away, mosquitoes. Get away. Whoa, jeez. The guy that was live streaming just got totally in the flow of doing this. All right. Well, address some of the problems on this side. I still gotta do this whole side. I'm gonna have multiple more patch jobs before I feel like it's gonna be watertight. Plus, I mean, it's gonna be a layer of masonry between the cement and the stones, and then there'll be either caulking or silicone sealant or whatever it is to make it extra watertight in spots. Okay. So far, not too bad. Making progress. Okay. Well. Oh. You know what they say? Fuck me in the ass and call me Tuesday. Because this shit make no sense to me. Get away, mosquitoes. Get off me. Alright. Skeets are about to eat me alive. Like to think spirits say they've been eating me alive for quite some time now. Alright. Let's take off these wet and concretey gloves. Shake those off in there. I could, where's the hose thing here? Could rinse these gloves off. In here even. And then I'm planning on pouring more concrete right now. Okay. Washing all the concrete off of my arms. Gathered there when I was building. What was I doing with the concrete then? I was making a pondering. People who knew, I'm sure said that's not how you do it, Eric. Oh, God. Shoot me in the face and call me Tuesday. Because this old cowboy's done been roped. How's that for a colorful metaphor? Did you like it? Hey, Rachel. You want to come sit over here with me? There's a chair right there. So, yeah. I'll scoot to my side. Obviously. So I got a lot more stuff done. Pretty pleased with that. And still have a lot to go. You know, Rome wasn't built in just a couple of sacks of concrete. It took many sacks of concrete, and the labor and attention of many, many people. None of them shared a collective vision. Rather, Rome, I'm sure, grew up more organically than that, as most good, powerful things do. Do you pick mushrooms for food? No, we don't pick mushrooms for food. If I had the ability to find around here, and I had the ability to identify, which I might, psilocybin mushrooms. If I saw some, I would get those. But I'd have to feel very confident, in what I was doing. All of these mosquitoes need to die. These are mostly cedar trees that are probably in your field of vision right here. Like, this is a cedar tree. And that's a cedar tree. But over there is a pine tree. It's the one with the regular pine needles. A couple of pine trees. We've also got a fair number of maple trees and oak trees around, of two different kinds of oak trees. And, fir trees. Noble firs. They're they're perfect Christmas trees. We harvested one the first year from our hill here. We have a shit ton of, Christmas tree sized Douglas firs. We'll go over and look in a second here. I just want to close the back of the car, which I left open when I was getting the cement out. Concrete, I mean. Oh, boy, I'm a pretty spent, physically. But emotionally, spiritually, I'm fresh as a daisy. Let me get my survey stuff from over here. And take a gander at the old ladies here. Seem to be doing fine. I think there's a little bit of white flies, but hopefully they come to terms with the fact that I'm not welcoming them, and they just kind of go away. It seems like I saw a couple the other day when I shook it like that, but I'm not really seeing it now. So I don't know. I'm certainly not infested with anything. We may have a couple of little insects here and there. However, what's this? Oh, it's an assassin bug. I don't know what assassin bugs actually do. Do they assassinate other bugs? Those are mostly sativa heavy or for sativa dominant hybrids. There's probably an indica or two in the mix. But I have 9 plants. I planted seeds from leftover seeds from last year, including Gorilla Glue number 4, Northern Lights, Cherry Pie, Jack Herrera, and Super Skunk. And I also planted the seeds I got from this year: Durban Poison, London Pound Cake, Sirius Black. I got a free one, like 14 carats, something, yeah. And then there's one more I got, I forget what it's called. Anyway, I planted a mix of those seeds that was like how I wanted it, kind of. But then there was a late freeze, and we lost a couple plants, and I didn't have all the plants ready to go in the ground at the same time, so some of the later plants came into the ground at the end. Actually performed better, in part because they weren't outside for the cold, etc. Regardless, I have no idea what seeds actually made it into plants at this point. And so after they start budding, I can recognize some things I did planted last year. I can recognize, but I've never grown Durban Poison before, or Sirius Black, or Lemon Pound Cake. So I don't know. I have no idea which one's which. Assassin bugs are general predators and also feed on bees, lacewings, lady beetles, and other beneficial species. Certain species feed on the blood of birds. Oh. Well, that's one thing assassin bugs and I have in common. I also feed on the blood of birds.
I'd never expect that from you.
Don't you ever wonder what I'm doing? Sometimes you walk in and I've got a bird up to my mouth and I'm sucking ravenously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drinking its blood.
Oh, wow. It's good to know.
And
At least I know now.
it was a survival trick I learned back in Nam when I was 2 years old.
My survival trigger is to burn animals to make them not suffer for their death.
Chagas disease, huh? In rare cases, some species of assassin bugs, particularly triatomine bugs, also known as kissing bugs, can transmit the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi, which causes Chagas disease. Chagas disease, huh? Sounds like something you'd catch in Mexico City. Oh, senor, you got that Chagas disease. What does that mean? You're gonna be, going to the bathroom for weeks. It's a very, very virulent strain of the Chagas disease. Are you sure you're not just making this up? No, the Chagas disease came into the human population by the chupacabra. People, they have the Chagas disease too. Okay, Mexican doctor, well, what's up with this? Oh, senor, you have el bo del tinizo. El bo del tinizo? What is that? In the Estados Unidos, you call it the tennis elbow. I have tennis elbow? Si, senor. You have el elbow del tinizo. Well, I hardly play any tennis, though. Well, senor, how much tennis do you play? 3, 4 times a day. No more than the average person. Senor, most people do not play tennis 3 or 4 times a day. Maybe like once a year, maybe. Maybe if they feel wacky and want to go play tennis. It's no wonder you have el bull del tinizo. You play too much tennis, sir. Manuel, do not tell me how much tennis to play, young man. I get it. Here in Mexico, you're some kind of medicine man. But back in the United States, we have real doctors who can diagnose you with machines. But, sir, your elbow, It hurts just like the elbow del tiniso. Manuel, Manuel, Manuel. I probably have fibromyalgia. And probably what I have is even more ADHD. I'll have to get more treatment for that. I'm always catching more ADHD every time I go out of the country because it's one of the most common mosquito borne diseases. A lot of people don't know that about ADHD. Whereas autism is actually caused by the humble ladybug. A lot of people don't know that either. They think, ladybug, fly away home. Your house is on fire and your children are alone. Also, I need you to get away from me so I don't catch autism. But I always explain to the children, hey, it's the circle of life. You touch the ladybug, you get autism, the ladybug's house burns down, and her children are all dead. It's a circle of life. Just deal with it. It's a fair price to pay for getting rid of that ladybug menace. Whenever I'm on mushrooms, these trees with their knots in them, looks like a bunch of eyes. A bunch of eyes on a long, barky skin. I wish I had mushrooms right now. That'd be nice. You know what I'd do if I had them? I'd totally eat them with my mouth. And I'd be like, wow, wow, wow.
Can I not and then still have fun with you?
Well, of course, darling. You do whatever you want.
I want to take a little bit.
Well, darling, it's entirely up to you.
Yeah, like I want to take a little bit. I don't want to take too much because I'm afraid of being nauseous and like, I don't want to.
It'd be nice if we get some precisely dosed liquid acid. That'd be nice. If you know, like, okay, I'm gonna take 150 micrograms. That'd be precise. That'd be great. But I take a hit of acid, even though it's a crapshoot. At this point, I'm totally down to take acid. I was kind of avoiding it for a long time, but yeah, avoiding schmishmoiding. As long as you don't drip too much balls, it's fine. You are tripping on some acid, yes you are. Yes, you're tripping on some acid, yes you are. Yes, you're tripping on some acid. Settle in, 'cause you'll be sad, kid. If you expect it to be over soon, it won't.
Okay, I'm not doing it. But again, like I said, you can. Like I hope I'm not a Debbie Downer.
No, darling. I don't need you to enjoy drugs for me to enjoy drugs.
Okay, that's good.
I'm an expert at enjoying drugs.
That's good. I like the drugs I like, and then I am.
When that lady asked me what my PhD was in, I should have said fun drugs and drugs that are fun. I'm a doctor of drugs. Not the medicinal kind, okay? Nobody wants to take medicine. Oh, I'm taking medicine. Good for me. That just means you're sick or something. No, not medicine drugs. Real drugs. The good drugs. The ones that make you sit up and say, wah! Like that. I feel so dusty. I need to go take a shower.
Can I go in with you and take the stream with me?
Yeah, sure. But I don't.
Or
I
are
don't
you feeling more maybe
well,
alone?
it's just gonna be quick anyway. But
Okay.
I'm just gonna rinse off, get clean, put on some new clothes, and I'll be right back out.
Okay.
Um, and then when I do get back out, maybe I'll cook something for dinner like macaroni and cheese,
Sure.
or something else if you prefer it.
Mac and cheese is good.
You may still have half a sandwich left over.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't check. I probably do.
So, in theory, you or I could eat that if we wanted to. What are you feeling, food wise? Hi, Carrot. Your medicine is honey, ginger, lemon tea? That's not medicine. That's tea. My medicine is a laugh at a good, wholesome joke, a whimsical smile at a child playing, the satisfaction of a job well done. These are my drugs. These are my highs. When you're fully grown, you don't need those things anymore. You don't need to smoke. You don't need to do drugs. You just need to be here, breathing, feeling all healthy, and being all sanctimonious. That's all you need. You can just snort the sanctimony. Oh, I'm so much holier than you. Oh, yeah. That sanctimoniousness is uncut, straight to the dome, as they say. Who says that? Oh, the young people a long time ago used to say that. I was already on the older side and found it kind of a little silly. So I never took up the expression. Bro, take it straight to the dome. Pull that rip straight to the dome. No, I never picked up that expression.
I never heard that expression.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Hmm. Well, I guess you're out of the loop. You didn't know about that important expression? Have you ever heard of the expression, that's rad? That's how common straight to the dome is. It's probably as common as, say, smashing in the Rari or some other youth expression of limited shelf life. But yeah, your dome is, of course, your head.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And it's not incorrect. Your head does comprise a vaguely dome shaped topmost part of your person, but I think it's missing the point. Unlike a lot of domes, my dome doesn't rely on the physics of a dome for its architectural strength. Instead, it fuses together different plates of skull bone.
Your skull.
Yeah, I got a skull right here, right underneath my headband.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Still waiting for the crossbones to arrive. But I got the skull already. And already people are like, wow, you seem at least 10 to 15% tougher, Eric.
Wow.
Of course, the headband adds 10 to 15% of fierceness to me. So I'm tougher, I'm smarter, I'm fiercer. A little bit more every day. And I've got to work it, but I'm going to spell it with an E instead of an O. Something I learned in Vegas. Apparently, on the RuPaul's Drag Race, they don't spell work with an O. It's WERK. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did. Now that you mention it.
And the merchandise stores?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and then they had this other hat that said, "Work it and don't fuck it up." Something like that. Yeah, and don't fuck it up.
Probably.
Well, my question is, the RuPaul's Drag Race contestants and the RuPaul himself, what exactly is it you think you're doing well or poorly? It's not a thing. It's not even like ice skating where it's up to the judges or something. It's just prancing around like that is not a skill, right? Is it? It's something that one can do well or poorly. How do you fuck up prancing around? I don't know. I just
I follow one of the contestants from RuPaul's Drag Race.
really. Is her name Sapphire? Or is her name Shantae? Shantae. I think that's a famous one from the RuPaul's Drag Race. I believe I saw Shantae merchandise at some place as well. They had a whole store dedicated to the RuPaul's Drag Race. And it's like this totally artificial thing. Like, let's pretend this is a competition and that you can do this well or poorly. I am on the RuPaul's Drag Race. Look at me go. I'm gonna work it with an E. Alright, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette here. Part of the cigarette anyway. I'm gonna take my shoes off over here. Away from the bugs, near the front door. Get off of my landing, you stupid old whore. Alright, did you try apologizing, hero? Who did you apologize to? Why would you be apologizing? Any ideas for dealing with a hurt ESFP like you hurt the feelings? Say, suck it up, buttercup. Just be like, hey, you're an ESFP. You need to remember you're such a big pain in the ass that if I hurt your feelings, you definitely had it coming. No offense, ESFP. I wanna be clean from cement. Oh. Apologizing is the first step, only if you did something wrong. In general, I'm not a big believer in apologizing unless you got something to apologize for. But different people have different strategies with that, and that's fine. I don't mean to be projecting my way of being onto others as a norm to be upheld or something. Taking out these shoes is nice because they're so full of little rocks. No matter how tightly I tighten them, they end up full of little rocks. Oh. Okay, little rocks. Out you go. There you go, little rocks. Oh. Well, well, well. What have we here? A very fine Irish evening to you this evening. What's an Irish evening? It's like a regular evening, but with Irish spring. It's magically delicious. Don't eat your Irish Spring soap. Don't get it confused with your Lucky Charms. They're both from Ireland. Only one of them should be eaten. Yes, obviously Lucky Charms are imported from Ireland. How else would they get all the leprechaun luck inside of the box? You can't make that stuff domestically. Otherwise, they would just have the luck of like Dayton, Ohio or something. You need the luck of the Irish in your cereal. I don't want it to be corporately delicious. I want it to be magically delicious. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The door's locked. Now who feels the fool? Eric does.
You're fine.
Thanks, darling. You're fine too. Let's see about this door. Is it going to require a second oh no? Let's find out.
No.
Oh yes. It's cool in the house. Almost a little chilly. Today's going to be an expensive day of air conditioning.
Yeah.
I've been pretty careful about like trying to turn it off and let the house remain cool on its own. It's just got good insulation and stuff, but today I just let it kind of run all day. All right, these need to be put away here. All right, if we could just hold down the fort for like 5 minutes, I'll be right back.
Hi, I'm holding down the fort for like 5 minutes.
Oh. What you gonna do on a Sunday evening? Write some terrible songs about lemons. Stand by the lemon tree.
Hi, Kim. How's your day? I love lamb too, Nathan Hoover. Yeah, how was your day? Good. Calmer day after being at a festival. Hi, Dip123.
Approximating, Kim, how many festivities do you think you enjoyed at the festival?
It's a great question.
Nathan loves lamp. Kim loves festivities. You could find common ground if there were a festival of lamps. I'm gonna go take a quick shower and I'll be right back. Dip 1, 2, 3. Dip 1, 2, 3.
The world of watches. Has anyone ever said to you that's an inappropriate thing to ask a woman? I mean, I don't care. But why do you want to know my age? Fly Guy notices people who barely speak English will ask what your age is as kind of a small talk. Yeah, I get that's how the vibes I get Winston's mom, and that's why I don't want to like like I don't care. I'm 40. Like but they are so hot though. ESFP insecure though. Accurate. They're my semi-dual ESFPs. So like I don't know, apparently I'm supposed to get along with them pretty well. Hi Chris G. Thanks for the compliment. My name is Rachel. Oh, I forgot that Eric was taking a shower. Oh. Is there a psych? Where? Who? Like, where? It was cool when Frank James stopped in to the stream one time. He like made a donation and like chatted for a little bit and then went on his way. Hi, German Gonzalez. I think of all the big MBTI YouTubers have been by the stream. Have they? I don't know how to read negativity. Excuse me. What am I supposed to be motivated to do? English, Claire. I had a lot of trouble speaking Spanish when I got into my senior year of Spanish. Like, conversations were really difficult for me. Oh, Seven Moody. I would rather read A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Dean, Texas. No. It's Discord. Ooh, Fly Guy got you back. Then you look like a cartoon beard. I mean, there's only 9 people here. Hey, Carrot. We can use some positivity. Eric's really enjoying himself in the shower. I could hear him. Oh, I like those symbols, Carrot. I like 4-leaf clovers. I introduced Eric to his first 4-leaf clover. He didn't think they existed. He thought they were a myth. And I found one in his backyard in Arcadia, and he was like, "Oh wow, I didn't think they were real." Yeah, I think so too, Carrot. Right? I used to collect them. It's smart to make necklaces out of clovers because honestly, they're very delicate when they're dry. So like, they either have to be framed in something like airtight or like you said, like made into necklaces and stuff. Yes, I am in California. I'll take the lower numbers if it's for more people, like more people that I enjoy talking to. My neighbor Kay said that I had nice eyebrows today, and I was like, really? Because I'm so used to like people talking trash about my eyebrows that like I was so surprised that like I was expecting her to like criticize them, but instead she complimented them. I wasn't expecting it. It was nice of her.
Figure out now where I left my flip flops. Outside, I guess. Well, order to get them, then I need to put on these shoes to walk out there to get them. Alright.
Yeah, it's true. My eyebrows would be so bushy. Like they needed some sort of trim, like plucking. And like I used to have really blonde hair. Like I used to dye my hair really blonde, so I didn't want my brows to clash with my blonde hair. But they didn't grow back, so I'm just kind of like whatever. And the ones that are growing in now are coming in white. So I'm gonna have white eyebrows.
Whew. A lot of work just to get my shoes.
Cool, Winston's mom. I'll look into it. Thank you, Mark. Thanks. I am married.
Oh no. Dead lizard, dead lizard.
Oh.
It's a watery grave. Alright, I'm gonna put the dead lizard in the toilet and flush it away.
Those cats are killers. Hello, Mr. Muhammad, please chicken. My man's not a bully.
Your man's a bully.
No, I'm not Alexa Pro.
Is that true, Rachel? Is your man a bully?
No, I said that you're not.
Oh. Only when I need to be. Are you on Lexapro?
I said no.
What is Lexapro?
I think it's for depression. Not sure. Well, I am feeling tired. Thanks for bringing up something that I already know.
I know, Fly Guy. I don't like the fact that the cats kill lizards. I've told them many times
Yeah,
not
we
to
don't.
do it.
We don't like them to.
But when I find a dead lizard in the house, what am I supposed to do? Try to bring
Yeah.
it back to life?
And it's the one thing that they bond over too.
I don't drink alcohol, Mark, thanks. So you're totally shooting off course here. You should try to identify what your target is and see if you actually have a chance of hitting the target before just firing wildly into the night. I will be happy to bully you as much as necessary. Should you feel the need to continue to be mindlessly provocative, I will certainly, no problem.
Thanks for being my guardian.
But, you're welcome, darling. That's just Eric being Eric, alright? Did I ever bully my beloved Rachel? No. I am nothing but respectful and want her to be happy, that's all. What the fuck is that? That was you getting schooled. Hey, put her back on. She's right there. She hasn't gone away. It's a question. Relax. What's a question? That sentence isn't. It's a statement. We need to turn the athletics game on, actually. Don't talk to us about that.
Yeah, we don't know the score. Please don't tell us the score of the
Yeah, we want to. We've got a little bit of time saved up, so. We're coming in about 30 minutes after first pitch, and we will start from the beginning and see how we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and scoot ahead to the action.
Give, Jenny's floral number.
Seems kind of all over the place.
The sleeves are Very geometric. Floral.
Great news because he's going to be the starting
Oh, good.
for the American League coming up on Tuesday night.
Jacob Wilson's back in the lineup.
That's good.
And Jacob Lopez is on the hump, pitching tonight. That's always good because he's turned into quite a sharp young rookie pitcher here for us.
Yeah.
He's doing better than Severino, our reported ace.
No.
Am I holding her hostage?
No. We're married.
Yes, we are married. Maybe she's holding my heart hostage.
Aww.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble because James Clark is here. And he's a real hero of rescuing. Please, won't you rescue me, James Clark? Hey, Luigi, how does it feel being old? Well, the worst part of it is cringing at my younger self, I guess. So, while you're making the mistakes that I regret making, I'm regretting having made them. But, you know, I've got lots of life ahead of me. I'm only 54.
Yeah.
I think all my best years are still ahead of me. Certainly I'm at my intellectual peak. Thanks, Primetime. I look fantastic, I smell fantastic, and I feel fantastic. I'm in my skin. Put the woman back on. Her name's Rachel. And, you know, no woman wants to be corralled in that fashion, to be the object of your gaze. You have a male gaze problem, which is to say your pants are filled with male gaze. Blink if you are in trouble is on our bingo card. We've heard it a million times. It's well, you know, go brush your teeth and go to bed. It's only 7:38 p.m. Why would I go to bed? What's going on here? Zachary Brazier wants to know. Well, I'm teaching James Clark about the birds and the bees. He's learning a valuable but somewhat hard lesson tonight. I am running out of gas, though, I will say that. I can see myself going to bed like 10 o'clock, probably. Probably falling asleep. I might even hit Rachel up for have a Klein.
Mm-hmm.
But what I need to do now is hydrate. I think I'd also like to take some vitamins. And have some food. Did we decide what we're doing for food? Do you want to eat your Subway, or if it's there? Or do you want me to make something?
Either you can have my Subway, or
how about we make I make a mac and cheese and then we split the Subway to go with the mac and cheese.
You can have it.
You don't want it?
No.
Okay, that's fine. I'll eat it if it's still there. If I didn't already eat it. I don't think I did. Do you want mac and cheese, or are you just not hungry?
Yeah, mac and cheese is fine. I am not hungry, but I'll still eat.
Okay. Well, if you're just in that kind of state of mind as regarding food, then I'll probably just make something easier and just eat quickly, like have a couple Hawaiian rolls and a slice of cheese, and then focus on hydration. The interesting thing about hydration is you'll continue to feel dehydrated until you replenish your salts. That's what the whole idea behind like Gatorade is. But it's kind of trippy. If you actually try it out, it totally works. You'll feel super thirsty and dehydrated and drink a bunch of water and still feel thirsty and dehydrated. And then you eat some salt and all of a sudden your thirst is quenched. It's crazy. Hey there. Meow, meow, meow. Let me put my glasses on so I can see what your face is called. Oh, look, it's Acacia. It's TYYP as well. Thank you, you poob. This guy is drunk and high. I am not drunk at all. I don't drink alcohol. And I'm not very high, unfortunately. I wish that it was that easy, you know. I'm just going to pull a couple bar rips and I'll be nice and high. To have it so good, right? Alright. You might live that kind of privileged luxury. It only takes you a bong rip or two to get high, but I live in the real world, James Clark, where you gotta smoke a lot of weed to get high. So, hope you learned something valuable today. Number one, that you're smoking weed wrong. And number two, you can always ask questions rather than simply make totally unfounded accusations. Such as, are you drunk? It's generally better to ask before making a totally unsubstantiated claim. Then you don't seem like such a dummy. Especially since I'm not one to avoid questions or not want to talk about things. I'm not particularly private. They don't want it. They don't want the valuable lessons that I'm teaching them. Wow. I wonder what's wrong with these people. Do they want to stay that way? Spoonful of salt helps rehydrate you. Now I'm going to get this bottle of water. That should alleviate some of these cramps I feel coming on. But another thing that explains why the ancient Hawaiians never got cramps is the healing power of King's Hawaiian bread. Yes, King's Hawaiian bread. With just 4 or 5 King's Hawaiian breads, it's almost like you had a meal. Mmm. The flavor of an island paradise. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Back in the olden days, it hadn't even invented a hand job yet. It was only missionary style regular sexual intercourse. And then one day someone's like, hey, maybe you could try to do that with your hand or something. And we're like, no, 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 no. And that's not allowed. Just regular missionary and that's it. You can imagine the uproar when someone suggested the blowjob for the first time. Listen, you're filthifying me with your male gaze, and I don't appreciate it. Stop staring at my tits. My eyes are up here. It's not my fault that it's spring break! Hi, olive oil. Are you olive oil like the oil or olive oil like the Popeye character? He seems a bit messed up. I joined or followed thinking there was psychology discussion. Who seems a bit messed up? Me? I mean, if you perceive this as messed up, then that's fine. I'd suggest you might be well advised to draw distinctions between, you know, normative things and just pathologizing people. But whatever, I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of solving everybody else's wrong thinking. So I need to get a lighter of some kind. And naturally, Sir Walter Raleigh's contribution to the whole thing, a cigarette. Father, good job. You got on second base, good job. Well, I got good news. The bottom of the first inning, and Lawrence Butler is on second base. Jacob Wilson's back in the lineup. He may have gotten out, I'm not sure, but it's good to have him back. And I learned that if I wanted to, I could totally hike up to the water towers. Nobody would bother me. It's like, well, you know, I'm part of the water company too. We're all kind of like shareholders of the thing. But it's not, but it goes with the house. It's not like you can sell your shares in the water company separate from the house, right? It's all part and parcel of the same thing. Anywho, it was a nice water company picnic / informational bazaar. So I think I would call it a picnic / informational bazaar. Kind of like a job fair, except without any jobs. And I mean, there were jobs that people got elected to, but I don't remember voting at any point. So I don't know. Maybe they sent an envelope to vote and I didn't return it, or like who cares? I don't care. The people who are into being on the water board, they can have at it. I don't find that interesting at all, really. It's like, as long as the water gets into my house and comes out the faucet, I don't really need to know all the deets about how that happens. Like I learned today about how the state comes and does inspections to make sure that their testing of the water is up to date, and something else. And that's something that's upcoming as the state inspector's coming. You know what, state inspector? Just let the water company handle it. I don't need you to come check our work, okay? I know I'm not responsible for anything, but I trust these regular people around here to do a better job of knowing whether the water's right than you, state regulator person. Go back to Sacramento with your government checks and stuff. We don't need you to check on us. We don't want you to check on us. Just go away. Oh, thank God the government's here to check on me. Just let us just have our water and just go fuck yourselves. Jared was saying that he got kind of shanghaied into being on the water board for a year or so, and the generator when there was a problem with the power, the automatic generator function on the water towers. You had to hike up there and do that. He said one time he snowboarded down. Sounds like he was kind of loaded when he did that though. And your hairline, afraid of your eyebrows. Is your hairline afraid of my eyebrows? No, it's not. My hairline fears nothing. It's like the RoboCop of hairlines. It's just a killing machine. Fearless, relentless, merciless. Does your cringe reflex fear your bad jokes? Mine does. Now there's a real zinger he baked up for that fella. Yeah, I did. I baked you up a real zinger. Take it right out of the oven and stuff it in your mouth. Swallow it. You just got zung. Good evening. Are you calling me boss? I'm not your boss. I'm just a regular employee like you. How should I know? I just work here at Talking with Famous People. It's pretty much volunteer work. But you know what? I feel so good because I'm helping people. I love helping people who need help with things. Who wants some of my help? I don't YouTube to help people. I YouTube to explain things and make hilarious jokes and generally engage socially with people. I YouTube so that the world can have the gift of my words. If only it would open the present. Oh my God, this box full of words is so wonderfully wonderful. I am at a loss for words. That's what people say when they unpack an Eric sentence. So gravid with meaning, insight, import is it. It takes some folks weeks to process all the meat on that bone. Others say, it sounds like bullshit to me. And that's all they do. Well, okay. Some things are bullshit. Like my story about having been robbed by a gang of leprechauns was a lie. The fact is, I stole their gold and they didn't rob me so much as reclaim their gold, and they didn't attack me so much as restrain me while they took their gold back. So Unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, I don't care really. It wouldn't matter to me because I'm perfectly happily married. But I didn't get the big-titted leprechaun. It said, I called the Loxall leprechauns. I just got regular leprechauns. And they kick you right in the shins. That's as far up as they can kick. They're not Rockettes, you know. Don't get leprechauns confused for the Rockettes. They're basically unrelated. A few leprechauns have become Rockettes, but almost none. They tried to have a leprechaun-only Rockettes called the Leprechettes, but nobody went to see the shows. Because, despite rumors to the contrary, leprechauns actually hate dancing. For them, dancing is like doing their taxes. Oh, you don't need to meow at me. Well, still 0-0. Looks like we got 2 out in the second. Or was that the first out? Okay, alright. Fine. This is what I heard about you in this channel. I agree, there were leprechauns. Yeah, and they'll tell you that I was the aggressor, that I had taken the gold that was rightfully theirs. But, I mean, they left it at the end of a rainbow, and you know the rule, finders keepers. Well, the leprechauns have another thing called robbers keepers, and they robbed it right back from me. Get up there and eat then if you're going to meow at me so much. Why are you going to make me wait while you take your kingly walk to your food plate? You are a horrible, horrible cat. Yes, you are. You're a horrible cat, but I love you anyway. I'm sorry that offended you. I didn't mean for it to be that way at all. I didn't think you identified as nurturing. No, I don't think you're particularly nurturing in the sense that, for example, your sister is gonna be all about pet care and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Whereas you would prefer if the cats could mostly take care of themselves. You and I both get irritated by the meowing and stuff. But, you know, I'm the one who's brushing him because that's more about me, though, than him. That I'm going to have to clean up all this cat hair. Well, Trouble, you want me to watch you eat? This is what you get. You get combed until I get all of your hairs off. You do what? I think you're not being nurturing is not the same thing as not being loving. You know, I think you're not really that interested in caregiving. You'd prefer if other people, including the cats, were emotionally independent adults instead of Trouble, who's this weird, traumatized street cat with a love-hate relationship with me. He wants to scratch me because he doesn't want me to mess with him, but he insists I watch him eat. He's learning the hard way. Sometimes you better be careful what you wish for, or you're going to get a lot of combings. So I feel good. I feel like I've been, you know, standing by my boundaries. Okay, fine. You can force me into the kitchen and watch you eat, but you can't force me to not comb you. I attempt to yell sometimes when having nightmares, but just make weird noises and Ruben will wake me up. The other night, Rachel sat straight up in bed. I was like, what? Something like that. And I said, nothing. You're dreaming. And she's, oh. She went right back to sleep.
I don't remember it.
I should have asked her what she was dreaming about, but I didn't. I just figured she wanted to go back to sleep. Yeah, it's a big cat and a big pain in the ass. No matter how many times I comb him, every time I get a full hair comb full of hair. It's like he's got infinite hair to be shedding.
It's everywhere.
I've had dreams where I try to wake up. I know I'm having some kind of a nightmare or that I'm asleep. I try to wake up and I have in my dream I wake up, but I haven't actually woken up. I'm still dreaming. I've had that. I used to have that happen a lot, but not so much anymore. When I was a kid, it would happen when I fall asleep in the car, and then I'd have this weird like anxiety, like, oh, I have to wake up. There's something that I'm supposed to be doing right now. On the other dream, Winston's mom, you were sitting before the immigration board, and all the judges on the board were Trump. And they all said, not an American, not an American. And they deported you to Guatemala. Well, I've had dreams of leprechauns. They are mean to me. Leprechauns aren't nice to anybody. What are they? They're gold hoarding, rainbow exploiting, green wearing, nasty little sharp teethed creatures. You gotta watch out for them. It's just regular Spanish, I think, Winston's mom. With a Guatemalan accent. The lepros. Leprepose. Leprepose? The leps. Leps are like skeets, you know? They're blood sucking nightmares. Talib Sheik.
That was one of my favorite lines to use. Donde está la biblioteca?
Yeah, it's a good one. Because whenever you're in a Spanish speaking country, what you really want to find is the library. It actually just might be making me panic more, but I feel like I'm sinking in quicksand, and if I wiggle my fingers and scratch and try to move as hard as I can, I know I'll wake up, or if noise comes out. You're welcome for calling your name. Leprepros. Leprepros is people who clean up after a leper colony has infested an area with leprosy. And how do they clean up? They use the power of leprechaun magic. It's a team of leprechauns who sterilize facilities that have housed colonies of lepers. Apropos of leprechaun prose. Leprechaun prose, what they call prose, sounds a lot like us to poetry. It's like, ye me pot of gold is there, by the rainbow's end. I'm a leprechaun. My name's O'Malley. The end. That's mostly, there's like a full, one of the most best-selling books on leprechaun culture. Yeah. What I just quoted in those 4 lines, he's considered the Stephen King of the leprechaun world. Have you any Irish Spring? I could use some. I stink like the little leprechaun beastie I am. My name's O'Malley. Have a good day. Oh, I mean, leprechauns do certain things well. They have a highly developed belt buckle culture, both on their belts and on their shoes. They're not golden, they look gold. They're actually copper, bronze, sometimes a highly polished pewter. But anyway, leprechaun craftsmen have excelled in the art of belt buckle making for millions of years now. Because leprechauns were the first intelligent life on the planet. They predated dinosaurs. A lot of people think the leprechauns contributed to the extinction of the dinosaurs because, they slaughtered them all mercilessly. A little leprechaun magic for some genocide. There's something sinister about putting a leprechaun in a workhouse. The only solid comfort is that he certainly will not work. The other thing about leprechauns to remember is how do they always have a pot of gold? Well, the answer is they never spend any of their gold. They're some of the cheapest, most moochiest guys you'll ever encounter. And they're almost all guys. It's kind of like Smurfs. There's one leprechaunette, but it's like, per 100 regular leprechauns. And by and large, she just tries to fit in with regular society and keep away from leprechauns who are very lecherous because there's only one chick for every 100 leprechaun dudes. Instead of that competition, ensuring the best of them get leprechaunette, it just pushes her away to regular people. Blade Davis, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. If I had recalled, I would have said, hey, you guys, could you please subscribe and like this video too? It really helps out the channel. This one dream always occurs in a gang of them jerking off in a circle. It's very frightening. A gang of leprechauns, huh? Circle jerking leprechauns are a big problem in Ireland. They bring a lot of public transportation to a grinding halt. The driver can't see out the windshield. It's covered in leprechaun spooge. Which, of course, is green. No, they hate dancing. What looks like leprechaun dancing, that's just the way they walk. They walk like this. Like that, That's not dancing, that's just how they walk. Their legs are kind of curved, bowed, like spina bifida or something, but on their legs. Pete Buttigieg. Opinions. I don't have any opinions. No, I'm not going to be Muslim. I think Muslim is like the dumb religion. Would rather have a circle jerk problem than a square dancing one. Well, sing us some music. Alright, I'll sing you some music. On this old western landscape, evenings are coming, the sun is setting in the west, and the doggies are all tied up in a line, and the horses are whinnying to sleep. A cowboy fire on the old western plain, beneath the stars above, ride these desert winds. There you go.
That's great.
Thanks. Well, I'm beginning to think maybe Mooey Sean is not really a Muslim who's trying to convert people, but rather is just playing that character. And, accordingly, doesn't really care about it and doing a good job wouldn't mean necessarily successfully converting anybody. Desert Winds, yeah. It's an old lonesome cowboy song.
I think that one photo of you where you had like your hand on your chin, like when you were little, you look like your cowboy.
With the yellow shirt on?
Mm-hmm.
I was never really into, like, when I pretended things, I didn't pretend cowboys and Indians. We did pretend some war stuff, like, you know, we're the army and there's some other army that we have to kill.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's legit. They're just like that. We also played that all-time classic Who Can Do It the Best, in which you take turns coming up with things like, okay, who can climb up this wall, run along the wall over there, and then jump down into the other yard and the fastest. Something like that. That was a fun game. I liked to play Hot Wheels when I was a kid.
Hot Wheels are fun. I used to play with Polly Pockets, and they would fit inside the Hot Wheels, and I would make them drive around.
Drive around this town and make the cops chase them around.
Yeah.
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes into your mama because your mama's on the other side of the mountain.
Oh, full circle.
Yeah. It's called the circle of life. Your mama jokes are just the first step in the grand circle of life. I used to take him on school bus, and when bus would go down a big hill, have the Hot Wheels race down center aisle. That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Yes, I can. Tuts. Yes, I can. Camptown races sing this song, doo-dah, doo-dah. Camptown races 5 miles long, oh, the doo-dah day. I'm gonna fuck all day, gonna fuck all night. I bet my money on the bobtail nag, somebody bet on the bay. Thank you, thank you. I wonder if there's been a racehorse whose name is the Bobtail Nag. That'd be a good name for a racehorse, huh? Well, Tuts, Camptown Races is just in my general repertoire of classic American Negro spirituals. That one, Camptown Races, not known as a Negro spiritual, but to me, any song before 1900 is a Negro spiritual. Obviously, the one that comes to mind most commonly for people is Swing Low, Sweet Chariot.
Mm-hmm.
Your mama is not the one who will be coming around the mountain when she comes. That's somebody else. Your mama is just going to be in the way, causing problems. If we could get her distracted and off of the road for a few minutes, we'd all be happier. Swing low, sweet chariot, running low to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, come for to carry me home. Are you out on bail right now? Do you sing? Coming for to carry me home. I got an old Negro spiritual that I sing, and I'm coming for to carry me home. Swing low, Oh, sweet chariot, let me out on bail. 'Cause if you don't, I'll be stuck in here inside the county jail. No, I'm not out on bail right now. Because obviously I've not been arrested. Well, I haven't been arrested, and now currently I'm awaiting trial. So why would I be out on bail? Are you sure you understand how bail works? Before one can be out on bail, one has to be accused of a crime with sufficient intent on the prosecutorial side that there's a court date set up. Then you get out on bail while you're awaiting your court date. But I've not done any crimes, so why would I be out on bail? Since why would I be awaiting a court date? But what I'm thinking is you didn't want to ask, you were a little bit embarrassed, but you really wanted to say, Eric, can you teach me something about bail today? And the Constitution guarantees bail, which is interesting to remember because there are certainly times when individuals like Diddy, or I think even Epstein, and maybe Cosby at one point didn't get bail too. I'm not sure. But despite the constitutional guarantee of bail, the reality is people who are considered a flight risk or a risk for witness intimidation or tampering, they are often denied bail in order to prioritize the greater interest of justice. Would you like me to teach you more about bail, Mark McElwee? Bail is very important because if a defendant's not out on bail, then the prosecutor's got endless amounts of leverage just by delaying, you know? Oh, Captain, my captain, there you are. Any shanties to bestow? Well, I could sing, it's a beautiful day, cool and gray. That's a sea shanty, or this sea shanty. Get on my boat and set the sails, drop the anchor and off we go. Get on my boat and set the sails, where we go in a sea shanty. When you do your ponding, I think filling it with water as it cures only helps. Well, I'm going to try to make sure I've got every possible like thin spot, crack and stuff covered well with the concrete, and then I'm going to do a layer of mortar that is going to be between the rocks that are going to be the actual surface that you see and the concrete. And then between the rocks, I'm going to put like caulking and or silicone to make it watertight, extra watertight. So it's going to have like multiple layers of water defense to it. Because I really don't want it to leak, and if it does, then it's likely to erode the hill underneath it, and we're going to have some sort of catastrophic pond failure. I'm not rebarring shit, but I do have some chicken wire for some of the more challenging spots. What I'm doing is what you might call a layering process. And most importantly, Brandon Hall, most importantly, I'm doing this without learning anything, okay? I'm just playing around, doing it how Eric feels like doing it, without doing any research or understanding how these things are normally done or anything like that. So we're just gonna see how this crapshoot turns out and hope that it's not just shooting out crap. So let's see here. Jacob Wilson is down to fifth place in batting average with runners in scoring position now in the majors. He was up higher before. I think his total number of hits is still pretty good, but he had a few days where he couldn't play because he got a little bit of an injury. Not that much. Just hurt his hand. He got hit in the hand with a pitch. At TWFP, did happen to see Tiffany emoji? Where would I see it? How do I see it? Is there a Tiffany emoji? I don't know. Did you make one? Do you want me to add it to the thing? I could do that. I just gotta figure out how to do that. I'm still thirsty. That's pretty smart, Eric. Then if it doesn't work, you don't have to feel bad. If it does work, you can feel like a supernatural genius. Well, I mean, how hard can it be to, you know, put down concrete and stuff and make a pond? Yeah, it shouldn't be that difficult. If it is that difficult, well, then I'll learn the hard way. The same way I always learn things. The dumb hard way. I know, it's an art that I'm enjoying the process of engaging in. I don't want somebody else's pond idea. Like, oh, you could buy one of those black things and put it in the ground and make that be your pond. I don't want your stinking black thing. I want to make my own pond. You can take your black thing and shove it. That's what I would say if I had the role of Dolly Parton in this film. Okay, so we're going to get more beverage. I'm going to get a little bit more food as well. I did have a couple of King's Hawaiian breads, and those were good. But, I could go for another yogurt. What happened to that water that I had? Did I finish it? I'll have an iced tea. That's fine. I'll have an iced tea and... Oh, you can't. You've got to be kidding me, dude. You do not need me to watch you eat more still. I've watched you eat so much. You want to go outside? Is that what you want? These aren't for you. These are potatoes. Okay, good. I have one of those potatoes. A couple of Hawaiian bread. I could have another yogurt if I wanted. I'd really be branching out into the multiple food groups.
I think I'm gonna lay horizontal.
Sure, you do you, John. No, but I may be even tired, but you're the one who's being dumb. Okay. Put these ones down as well. Rachel's gonna go lie down. I'm not gonna be up super late myself. Sound like your brother, huh?
I gave you a kiss on the cheek and the lips. I love you.
I love you too, darling. I'm not a real death, but I'm even better than one. I can provide everything a real deaf person can, but I can hear you. Yeah, didn't get any sleep last night really, although I did lay down for a little while. Maybe I got a little bit of sleep, but like 30 minutes or something the most. Tonight I should sleep well. I think I'll hit Rachel up for that Klonopin. Get into chill mode. He's retarded, but you understand him. Well, I'm retarded and I understand me, so that makes sense. Pretty much every night when we get into bed, Rachel says, I love you. I love you too. I love you. I got nothing. That's where Rachel and I met. We were both competing in the solo synchronized swimming event. It's like synchronized swimming, but you don't have to synchronize with anybody. Makes it a lot easier that way. You just go like this on the water. It's great. We did in the shallow pool, so we could just stand up, you know. It's a lot easier that way. If you ever want to do synchronized swimming, try just doing it without the water entirely, maybe. I find it's a lot easier. Just as cool. Just to say, obviously, extremely cool. I mean, is there anybody here who can definitively name a single thing in the universe that's cooler than single person synchronized swimming on land? Lawrence Butler's up to bat again. And he got on base last time. He got a walk last time. This time he gets a single. Slaps a single. And that's going to drive Denzel Clark home. It's a 2-1 ball game. The Athletics are closing the gap like Blows and McFap. Pluto the Terrible Anime. I agree. I tried to watch it because I read this like glowing article about it, and it was not. It's like, really, this? I couldn't keep watching it. Solo synchronized swimming on land. Okay. If you have to actually synchronize with some other person, it makes it a lot harder. Solo synchronized swimming on land is basically rhythmic gymnastics. You know that event where they have like this ribbon? Have you seen this event? They have this ribbon. They go like. Like, what are you doing? And then, yeah, they do this shit. Alright, okay. What is this? This is just something like 7-year-old girls made up that somehow became an Olympic sport. What are your thoughts on chemistry? You mean like chemistry between two people, or you mean chemistry like the thing that gives us pharmacological advancements? I'm in favor of both. Recently, I had excellent chemistry. I think chemistry is very boring. That's what I think about chemistry. Very boring, very important for other people to do so that we have these great new drugs to do. But very, very boring and not anything I want anything to do with at all. Basically, just a bunch of this with this creates this kind of reaction that does yeah. And that's how you transmute lead into gold. Look, I want my lead to just stay lead, okay? I don't need to turn it into anything else. Just let it be lead. That's what I think about chemistry. What I'd rather do is turn 1 ounce of gold into 2 ounces of gold with chemistry. That would be good. Then you just have to have 1 ounce of gold and a chemistry set, and you'd have all the gold you want. But you'd have to be the only one who knows the special technique. Hi, simple girl. Otherwise, the marker would be glutted. Used to bust a gut when I was a kid, but I doubt it would stimulate me now. I saw a Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Yeah, it's pretty meh. Pretty meh. It's not that great. There was a brief moment when I thought it was cool, probably, but it, it doesn't have a lot of different jokes or anything. How's life on the farm treating you, simple girl? Got your bandana? Got your saddle? Are you wearing spurs right now? If I had any cattle, I'd be shooing them to go into the barn right now. Say, hey, it's getting late, cows. Go into the barn. You want to get eaten by lions? Bust a nut? Who's busting nuts? Where? And why? No, bust a gut. Not a nut, a gut. As in, laugh with hilarity. Buck Hunter is new. Welcome, Buck Hunter. And what do you do once you've successfully shot the buck? Do you chop its head off and put it on your wall? Yes, I do wear a bandana when working on it so sweat doesn't get in my eyes. Well, I have something better than a bandana, simple girl. You may have seen it. I'm not sure, but it's a little something that I and other people like to call a headband. Mine's straight from the RuPaul's Drag Race because it's Rachel's headband, but it's nevertheless very effective at absorbing sweat. So yeah, I think in general, not just the RuPaul's Drag Race, but also America's Next Top Model and stuff. It's kind of like everybody's missing the fact that the emperor has no clothes, which is to say, that thing you're doing is not a skill. It's not a. You're just like prancing around. What is that? It's like they're playing dress up or something. Good job. Who was that? Who got that hit? 2-2. Kurtz is on third. That was Rooker. Rooker got a nice, big, needful double right there to tie it up. Good job, everybody. Good job, team. Maybe, when I'm adding up, I keep getting myself sweaty again. Because get all sweaty doing some stuff, take a shower, and then find myself cleaning or something. I get all sweaty again. But it's nice and cool in the house. It was very hot today. It was 95 degrees. But we had a wonderful evening with the neighbors. The neighbors came over and we played a lot of music together. They had alcohol. Rachel and I had a couple weed drinks, one each, and pulled some bong rips too. The most doubles since May 22nd. Brent Rooker, number one since May 22nd. He had a slow start, but he's really picked it up last month or so. Ain't nothing make you SE quite like speed. I wonder if it does that to SE domes. Pow! Popped up. Starter's drum with man on second and third and one out. Pops up into the infield. 2 outs now. Starter's drum, all we needed from you was a productive out. A long fly ball. Even a grounder to the right side of the infield. I like Rachel, I don't like Kitty sitting here because she's in my space. She needs to go over that way. Go that way. Thank you. That's Capillo. This is the good kitty. Her name's Capillo. It means sweetheart. She is a sweetheart. She's very much a kitty pageant winner. She's very attractive kitty. Very clean. Self-sufficient. An ideal cat. I just come in from neighbors. They had a birthday party for their pups. Of course, mine act like boneheads. Good night, Tuts. Sleep well. I'm establishing my territory. Rachel and I want her on the middle one of these things. She wants to sit behind my head or behind Rachel's head, and we don't like that. She can sit on the middle one. Because I don't want to have this cat right here. Right behind my head. Trouble doesn't respect my space very much. He's much more annoying. Like, he'll come and sit by my feet, and I don't really want him under my feet right here. Just as I got this rolling foot rest thing that I use / musician's chair. This is a great chair, by the way. I got this at the music store used for like $40 or something. It was one of my best purchases ever. We left a couple men on base, but we did tie it up. It's 2-2 now. Yes, and this cat and I go way back. She was born in bed next to me. The whole litter was, and this was the one kitten we couldn't find a home for. Well, I mean, Trouble is very entitled, very controlling, and very neurotic. Like, obviously, has a lot of toxicity. He's always trying to attack Capillo. He thinks that somehow he gets to own us and prevent Capillo from having access to us, but he's learned that pisses us off a lot, and I'll pull out this thing, and he'll run because he knows if I can get up fast enough, I'll squirt him with a squirt bottle. Because he's trying to scratch Capillo, like going and charging her when she's on her box over there. He's already got her cornered to a few spots, and then she's relaxing on her box, and he goes and tries to roust her. It's like, you dick. We'll see how you enjoy a good squirt from the squirt bottle. Since you want to be a dick. Capilla is sweet, sweet, sweet. She's a wonderful kitty. She's the kitty about whom the song Wonderful Kitty is. I used to hate cats, but they are a stiffened kind of pet. Well, Rachel and I, we're not going to get any cats or dogs or anything after these cats eventually pass. But I think we'd be very happy if we just had one cat. The trouble is we didn't. It's not like we tried to have him as a cat. He just kind of came and took over our family as a stray cat. After the city cut his balls off and put him back on the street, all of a sudden he wanted to D-Day our family. Barn cats, huh? Okay, simple girl. You're enough in the country, you should know this. Those things that live in the barn are called cows. Cows. Cats are very different from cows. Yeah, Charles' name is fitting for sure. No, we're not getting dogs or cats after these cats pass. We don't want I don't want another killer. I don't want to loose another killer in the environment, like get another cat. And dogs, too much responsibility. However, I do plan, my current plan is actually to try to find a breeding pair of freshwater crayfish to put in the pond. Maybe put a goldfish or two, but primarily just have the crawfish in there and hopefully they breed and, you know, etc. Fireball said hi. Que lindo paisao. I don't know what that means. What a beautiful, what's a paisao? Is that like a paisan in Italy? Oh, this is good muscle get. This is a present Richard got me. This massager, it's great. Take care of them while they're here because they aren't here very long. No, I know, and that's the other reason why we won't get more pets is uh, pet death is very traumatic, you know. I'm not gonna get another dog because the last dog I had when she died, and she was a very special, precious dog. You know, it was horrible. It was a, a deeply wounding loss. But, and you know, obviously I'll be sad when Trouble and Capillo go. But I don't want to incur those emotional bills come due when your pet gets sick or die or whatever. No obnoxious Bronco. I'm going to do neither of those things. My cock is going to stay tucked in my pants where it belongs. And I'm not blinking anything because I'm only pulling barn reps. I don't have a Vapato to hit. That's Spanish for vape. So you're just going to have to deal with Eric behaving as normal. Blinker free, cock and pants. They taught me that in the Boy Scouts. I said, here, have one of these ineffective belts. It's important to keep your cock in your pants. What am I getting? What do I stand up to get? I don't remember. I just stood up, but I don't remember what I stood up to get. I guess I stood up to get the keys to your mom's house. I don't know what I stood for. But I do know this. Oh, I know what I stood up for. To get the other weed. Where is it? Oh, I don't need to stand up to get the other weed. It's right here. You meant blinker. But I read it as blicker, and accordingly, that's what I hit. A blinker is a term for a vape. If you keep hitting it, eventually it starts blinking saying, you can't hit this anymore. It's gonna stop heating because it's too hot. And so the kind of vapes that you might want to hit a blinker on have concentrate in them. But blinker chasing is a young man's game. Oh, Mr. Gers does. I know Nick. He comes around here all the time. I must have seen him referenced 1,000,000 times now. And I always feel the same way. I lament the poor decision of the Gers family in naming their child, just as I lament the poor decision of the Kurtz family. Because A's first baseman, Nick Kurtz, well, he could have gone by Nicholas. But, you know. Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, is that like an Irish Shaquille O'Neal? Is it half Shaquille O'Neal, half leprechaun? What do you get when you cross Shaquille O'Neal with a leprechaun? Shaquille O'Neal. Fine. If that's what you have to say, Shaquille O'Neal, if that's what you believe. If you think your genetic experiments on Shaquille O'Neal and leprechauns are going to produce anything worth calling a success, then I think you're much more likely to attain high achievement in the field of abomination. Shaquille O'Neal was never meant to mate with a leprechaun. Ah, that's brisk, baby. You gotta love brisk iced tea. That's really good. It's one part flavor, the other part deliciousness. Abomination? I don't want abominations. Shaquille O'Neal channel says I post dumb shit. Well, that's called self-awareness, I guess. You know, that's actualization, Winston Palm. When you really know your true self and you accept you for your deficits rather than for your strengths. Nick Hertz, athletics first baseman, you're here? Yeah, I know, she is. She's showing her beautiful ways. Oh, yes. What a good kitty. Daddy knows. Fly guy, he wasn't being gross. He's just from 1932. Okay? He didn't know that in contemporary parlance, that word no longer means cat. He still enjoys going to parties because of their gay trimmings. My cat's name is Capio. It's a Hawaiian word that means sweetheart. It's spelled Kapio. In case you're ever looking her up in the phone book. Jacqueline Beretta. You did say hi, and I'm going to say hi back. My cat's name is not Butterfly, 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 Butterfly. But that's a good guess. So I got the weed out that I was trying to get. After long, hard effort, I remembered what I was doing. No U, just Kapio. You can call her Pio as a nickname if you'd like, as I do sometimes. And I even occasionally abbreviate it further to the very juvenile pee-pee. Why do we like to squish cute things? Because they're very soft and wonderful. Look at this wonderful kitty. Oh yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Oh, morale. Yes. What a good girl. Well, the thing is about that joke there isn't actually a player on the athletics team. The first baseman is named Nick Kurtz. That's his name. It seems just like one of these joke names, right? But well, okay, yeah, it's not a joke really. It's a dog whistle slash it's what you might call unnuanced provocation. Max Muncy gets a lot of that one, not all of it though. Warning track power. Max Muncy just stop trying to hit home runs and get singles, double or something. Would be nice. Would be fine. We don't need a long fly ball out. Right. Well, I don't think either of them is particularly fast talking, and they generally will just refer to him as Curtsy. Dallas Braden calls him Curtsy. I call him Curtsy a lot too. This is a beautiful cat. Yes. This is the kind of cat you want, you know. She's very good at cleaning herself, and she's very soft and attractive and sweet, and the exact opposite of our other horrible cat. Oh, yes, what a good girl. What a sweetie potiti. Daddy loves you, yes. Yep, it is. She's quite petable, like, she's so soft, etc. Yeah, I think that kind of unnuanced provocation isn't even trying to appeal to any group. It's just trying to trigger uh, emotional reactivity from presumably it would have a target group of progressives, but not so much any group that it's trying to appeal to because except for a group of people who like that kind of unnuanced provocation, you know. It's not about that, SB Uni. It's about something similar. It's about Tiggers, okay? And the fact that the wonderful thing about Tiggers are Tiggers are wonderful things. They're not rubber, they're made out of springs. They're bouncy, 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 fun, 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 fun. But the most wonderful thing about the wonderful thing is I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Labor union document. Oh, well. Yeah, it's like you're gonna have one highly politicized boogeyman hunter successfully call out another highly politicized boogeyman hunter. They're just both different sides of the same coin. You gotta be a correctist instead. Neither side is right about everything. Most both sides are wrong about most things. Here's the correct position on everything, and I don't care where it lands. My body count is not anywhere close to that because I am not a puss slayer. I'm puss shy. I'm happily married, but when I'm not in a long-term relationship, I find the whole dating, trying to get a chick thing nightmarishly. I find myself nightmarishly ill-suited for it. I have a body count of more than one. I'm on my third wife, after all. English is my second language, technically, at age 4, though. What was your first language? I can give you half now. Half of what? Matthew, no, we don't need to get into specific numbers. The point is that whatever you envision me as, some sort of Lothario, some sort of Don Juan, well, that is not me. You mean how many people have I killed? 0. I have a body count of 0. I've killed no one. I mean, obviously, when I was 2 years old and earning the Bronze Star in Vietnam, um, I mean, I didn't see where all the bullets went, but I was a baby, I couldn't stand up very tall. But my superior officer said I had a kill rate of 100%. Not all at the same time, Jose Cruz Torres. I had one, and that didn't work. And then I had a second one, and that didn't work. And now I have a third one. This is the third and final wife. But I'm her first husband, so, man. You can disagree, but you're wrong. That's what happens. What are we disagreeing with? The wives are still with us, yes. They're not my wives anymore. 1 and 2. I'm not a bigamist. I divorced wife 1 before marrying wife 2. Then I divorced wife 2 before marrying wife 3. I was engaged one more time that I didn't get married. Share some for the rest of us, buddy. Well, I mean, I'm 54, so it's not like I have had 3 wives over the course of 6 months. I actually do. Like, I'm Christian. 0? They're probably shut-ins. I'm 31 and ain't got one yet. You're over here raw dogging 3. I should snort a hot rail of fire red ants. Well, I don't think that sounds fun. Are these red ants you're talking about, are they somehow filled with drugs or something? Are they drug ants? Drug ants are like leaf cutter ants, but they find somebody's stash of drugs and fill up on drugs, and then you just chop them up and you rail them up. Thanks, Jose Cruz Torres. I love the channel too. You and I both love the channel. I appreciate your voicing your fondness for it. Are they spicier than the black ants? I don't know. If we could somehow genetically engineer ants to go get drugs for me, that'd be cool. It's usually something discussed between men though not with their partners. What's discussed between men though not with their partners? You're talking about, you don't mean sex when you say your body count is 3. Well, that's horrible. I mean, there are contexts in which it's not, maybe, but that's unfortunate. Are you traumatized by having a body count in that fashion? They'll pick your buds for you from your plants. That'd be cool. Okay, well, Why is Grandpa geeking out? What am I geeking out on? Well, that's good. You know, it's obviously life altering significance if a normal person takes another person's life, say, unintentionally. That's why I'm here to preach a respect for life that begins by doing the basic stuff. Let's start by having a cigarette. Because if you want to be alive, you've got to really live. That doesn't mean just going to the health drink store and getting a glass of green horribleness. No, that's not living. That's just dying. Instead, what does it mean to truly be healthy and alive? Well, you should probably be doing a lot of smoking. I don't know about that stuff. My family's from South Korea. It's Christian. A lot of Christians in South Korea. It's actually 5. Well, Jose Cruz Torres, you have at this point lost your credibility because you can't just go willy-nilly changing facts that you've stated and expect to retain any. That's Christianity. Sometimes you gotta eat some fish. What's your point? Well, it's that, nutria are fish. According to the Catholics, they swim, they're giant rodents, they're fish. You can eat them for Lent. Good news, everybody. The natives in South America, unaware that they weren't supposed to be eating meat during certain times of the year. Idiots. They came to realize that the Catholics were now in charge, and when asked them, well, what can we eat? Can we eat these giant rats that swim in the water? And the Catholics said, well, they swim, they're fish. Yes, you can eat them. And that's the story of how nutria became acceptable for you to eat on Lent. I gave up worrying about Lent for Lent a long time ago. What you typed doesn't sound extreme at all. Oh, you want to know extreme. I believe that forgiveness is the highest virtue, while justice is the highest value. Virginity is neither a virtue nor a value, but you could position chastity as a virtue. Why do you look high? Wishful appearances, I guess? I don't know. Maybe you're just bad at evaluating how somebody looks or the highness of a person's appearance. Well, chastity can be a virtue. You know, it's not always a virtue. For example, if Rachel was like, Eric, I've decided to become more virtuous. And so from now on, I don't really think we should have sex anymore. I'm pursuing the virtue of chastity. That would not be a virtue in this context. It would be bad for the relationship, you know. and help nobody. So Rachel is not going to be chaste in this marriage. I'm sorry. I'm going to hump her with my genitals. I don't want that virtue interfering with that humpage. I'm high on the feeling of goodwill towards men. Nothing is much of a head rush as virtue ethics. Cassava M. Daddy. I don't know what that means. I'm married already, see? I've got this ring on my finger. It's made out of real gold. Nature's most yellow thing. Okay, but that's why I'm saying chastity is not necessarily a virtue then. Like, a married couple would not be more virtuous if they abstained from sex. Accordingly, chastity at most could be a situational virtue. Unlike forgiveness, which is always a virtue, but not always necessarily a good idea. Winston's mom, you keep your hand away from your crotch. I'm sick and tired of you constantly fiddling with your stuff down there. No place for that on the bus, young lady. Oh. Your genitals are for peeing only. And I still see you have failed a certain rite of passage if you have not been married, had sex by 20. I mean, I think that there's a small window where people feel that pressure to have sex, but I think there's a lot of currency / value in not being a hoe. Nobody really is looking for somebody who's more experienced. I don't think they're generally looking for somebody who's not giving it out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? Yeah, different contexts mean that it's not really a universalizable virtue. Not that virtues in general are universalizable, but forgiveness is a virtue that is. Patience is pretty generally a virtue. Not always, but humility is a virtue. Being rad is a virtue. That's the virtue that I specialize in. Hi, Kim. You are back. And you know what? You're better than ever. I think being around here has caused your coolness factor to go up. You look vibrant and alive for the first time in years. And it's all thanks to me. No, obviously masturbation is not a sin. It's called how to go to sleep sometimes. Or, oh God, I'm tweaked out. I'm going to have to rub one out. That was the point from the beginning, which you argued, and I'm reinforcing my stance. Is your stance that masturbation is a gateway drug to leprechauns? Coveting your significant other. I coveted my significant other. That's fine, right? You're not supposed to covet somebody else's significant other. And I don't. Like, I really love our neighbors, but I don't covet either of them. Well, I'm here, you horrible cat. You've successfully used your narcissistic ways to drag me into the kitchen where you don't even want to eat now. The only reason you got up there is Capillo came. Go ahead, Capillo. Don't play inside, outside, I'm not sure, kitty. Just go outside. I don't like that game. Just move it along. Okay. Well, then you're not going outside. Now, it's time for you to get combed. That's right. Let's get that cat hair. Let's harvest it like it were sheafs of wheat. Sheafs of wheat? Since when do wheat come in sheafs? Okay, fine. A bushel and a peck of wheat. Give me 6 bushels, 3 pecks, and a crap ton of wheat. Oh, you don't like it, huh? You don't want to become. Well, then maybe you should stop hamming me all the time. You consider that? Called natural consequences, buddy. Natural consequences of getting all up in my ass for requiring my attention all the time. If I have to be standing there wasting my time watching you, I'm going to at least get your hairs off. So just deal with it. Horrible cat. Horrible, but lovable too. You know, there's a fly inside. Thanks a lot, Capillo, for standing in the doorway. I have to find the fly swatter. Here it is. The man whore cool guy here is a slave to his own flesh over there. Yeah, well, I mean, personally, I share with you a squeamishness about physical intimacy, and I think that it's not something to be that I can deal with in any kind of casual physical pleasure sense without having a deeper relationship than that behind it. So, but I do recognize also that that's to be totally expected for somebody with my cognitive function stack. I'm going to feel like it's a weak spot in general physicality and stuff. I just found out about sex, this was about 3 years ago. Rachel finally sat me down one day and explained the whole thing to me. I was still waiting for my menstrual cycle. I thought, you know, I wasn't, not old enough to bleed, not old enough to breed is what I thought. And Rachel had to explain that I was never going to get my menstrual cycle. That I had gone to the wrong health class in 5th grade. Or you said gone to the girls one and nobody told me. So, anyway, once she informed me that, I was so relieved that I finally hit puberty. At age 48, 49, something like that. And that's when Rachel showed me what my genitals were, what hers were, and what you do with them and stuff like that. It's been a lot of learning the last few years for me. Oh, right, you're Korean, SP. Yeah, right. It's like, oh, I'm a woman who had sex. Now I'm spoiled kids and no man would want to marry me. You filthy whore. Get out of my sight. Not a virgin at 32. Oh. Well, you're not married. You better be a virgin. Otherwise, you're just disposable trash. It's not flattering to have young men propose to you for your virginity. Well, Korea does marriage a little differently, I guess. But like I said, if a girl's over 20 and a virgin, nobody wants her because she's too old. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You never had a sexual appetite? Well, that's fine. Yeah. People have different relationships with sex than other people. And the thing is, it's easier to argue in favor of kind of a cautious, take sex seriously approach. Try to only have it in long-term relationships. It's easy to argue that side of things because it's generally safer and you're not being reckless with intimacy. But the only reason I see it that as the kind of winning argument on it is because I'm so ill-suited intentionally to um, both intimacy and physicality because FI 7th, SE 8th. I just need to know what is this relationship. It's easier to argue when you straw man the other's words. Well, Rachel and I, we had known each other in some sense for quite a while before we got together because she was here in the chat and stuff and made comments on my videos and it was always very nice. And I appreciated her, especially taking the time to comment on my music videos. And so I already had a generally positive impression of her, but she obviously had a lot more access to knowing me before we actually started talking to each other face to face than I did knowing her because I had this huge body of videos up and I had all these live streams. And, unlike her, she was just words in the chat for me rather than a face and a wholly fully fleshed out personality and stuff. But meeting me, I'm getting you. And the rest is history. Fly Guy is saying a man who's over 20 and a virgin is a loser nobody wants. Not true. I agree that's very untrue in Japan and Korea, especially. They have a different attitude. There's not a sense of I have to prove myself of value by establishing that I've got dating capital by banging some chicks or whatever. But when I was young, I certainly felt that pressure like, oh, I'm behind my peers who are all having sex and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I wish I hadn't felt like that. I wish I could go back to that Eric and say, take your time. This is not a competition. You don't need to have this like this identity crisis over this or whatever. The pollen project is going good. I had two more, um, I have two more bags of concrete I poured today. So, I don't really have sex dreams anymore. I used to when I was younger, but I guess if you have sex often enough, you don't have that many dreams about it. No, Vipers 89. Were you really born in 1989? You're only 18 years younger than me. And you're still saying that to me? Call it 20 years younger than me. You're 34. I'm going to say 36. Being a flirt was more arousing than the actual doing it. Oh, you're so funny. That's how girls flirt. Eee, you're so funny. And they touch your shoulder like that. I already said no, dumbass. Didn't you listen to my answer? I explained no, and why are you doing that if you're actually 36 years old? What are you trying to accomplish? You're trying to get a hat this cool? Simple girl, that's not true. You could very easily find some suave Latin Lothario. Yeah, simple girl. La mija simplioso. Me amo is Pedro, and I am a sexy Latin lover. You just gotta hire some gardeners. Keep firing them until a sexy one comes around. What's up, Eric? Just stopping by, says Devin Adams. Not much is up. I'm just meowing, and meow doing, the normal things that I do. Check out South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. I've been to Taiwan. I've not been to South Korea or Japan. I've also been to China. But Taiwan is way better than China. Taiwan's great, China's shitty. Yeah, Taiwan's super clean and nice and normal and Western. Shanghai is this nightmare fetus stapling of bad ideas. Get away, mosquito. Nobody invited you. Long live Palestine, huh? Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the country of Palestine has been defunct for quite some time now. Maybe it shouldn't be, but let's not be contrafactual. Certainly, the Palestinians have plenty to complain about. They have just cause to feel wronged. But they'd probably be well served to try to replace their indignation with pragmatism because the Israelis are they're dead set on trying to rationalize a reality in which they're the ones in the right. Fly guys hating on all of East Asia? I don't think so. Is he? Where would we get our cartoons from if we didn't have East Asia? 失礼します。わかった。わかりました。そうですか。You're like, this isn't the Halloween store. Yeah, you seem like a weeboo. You just parasite take the anime, but you disparage the country. Hey, SB Uni. I know you're talking flag up. I want to clarify. I'm not a weeb. I'm an otaku. Okay? Weebs are white people. I'm fluidly transracial, so I'm a genuine, authenticated otaku. Fly guy, your position on virginity should be this. If you're not a virgin, you're a worthless whore. That's the only acceptable position on this. So, for example, Fly Guy, I'm assuming you are a worthless whore. And ever since Rachel showed me the ropes, now I'm a worthless whore. We had a lot of trouble at first because I kept thinking you had sex here or, on the knee. She said, no, no, in the hole it goes. I never disparaged the country. Liar. Okay, I'll get all fussy about everything. Okay, I don't think you did either. I don't think you disparaged. I don't want to let Jamar Jackson at it. He said our country is dirty. Well, it's kind of dirty. I'm not gonna lie. If you compare it to Seoul or Tokyo, any major city in the U.S. is gonna be filthy in comparison. Let's be honest about that, right? But where I live is not filthy. It's quite tidy, and still, I and still I want to periodically stop by on the road out here and pick up trash I see on the side of the road. There's no disputing that the communitarianism that expresses in Southeast Asia results in clean and orderly societies. Whether or not that's a good thing is another question. I mean, obviously, clean and orderly is inherently kind of a good thing, but at what cost? Like the communitarianism of Japan is so extreme that they can't even breed anymore. They've got a whole generation of males who are so push shy and embarrassment crippled that they can't even make babies. No, U.S. is pretty dirty in plenty of places. Like I got frustrated living in LA watching it go to shit. It didn't used to be that bad. It used to be a pretty nice place, but over the years, graffiti all over everything and it just got trashier and trashier. I think it's gotten better now. They the Supreme Court revisited a previous ruling that was causing a lot of urban blight and overturned it. So things have started to change in a lot of urban areas now. Like in Vegas, the strip is very you're not getting harangued by panhandlers and stuff like that. They kind of they've got signs of saying obstructionist behavior is prohibited in this, meaning basically you can't just stand there and ask for money or something. Iceland National Guard and police on horseback are riding through the park, MacArthur Park, looking for illegals. Yeah. Well, it's horrible. I don't know why you want to draw my attention to this horribleness. I don't know what I can do except explain that it's horrible, despite the fact that it's legitimate. Well, I mean, the thing is, Trump doesn't seem to get that LA is not particularly left leaning. It's kind of in the middle between Orange County and the Bay Area. The Bay Area is squirrely as hell in their politics. Just just like, it doesn't matter what reality is. This is how I feel. We're gonna feel our way to urban destruction. But LA is, kind of a middle of the road place. However, I remember before any of this Trump stuff happened, throughout LA I'd see like banners over freeways talking about how bad ICE was. This was before Trump. So imagine how much worse it is now. On the other hand, the fire people came and talked at our water board meeting today. It was like 5 or 6 fire people. They were from the National Forest Service Fire Department. So it's just like they're just there to deal with fires in national forests. But one of the things the guy talked about was that changes are happening that's causing them to be restructured such that they're no longer going to be in the Department of Agriculture. Why the Forest Service Fire Department would be under the Department of Agriculture, I don't know. And they'll now be in the much more sensibly located Department of the Interior. And they're trying to have a sensible, like, top-down umbrella kind of thing encompassing all these various little things, like this fire department. Which, obviously, we live in fire country, and I appreciate knowing that there's fire coverage, but we've got those federal fire people that are at the forest ranger station, and I asked them, there's like 6 of them there, and I was like, all right, so are you guys in charge of changing the sign that says how the fire risk is? Because it says like high, low, extreme, medium, and they're like, oh no, that's our public safety officer. It's like, oh my God, how overstaffed is this fire department? And what are they going to do? Well, we're lucky. We live in a neighborhood that actually has fire hydrants. But most neighborhoods in Mariposa don't have fire hydrants. However, we have a fire hydrant, but I also have my own fire hose. So I don't even need them to come squirt the fire with the hose. I could just do it myself. Yeah, the house came with fire hoses, 2 fire hoses. It came with like everything you could imagine. the neighbors came over and was like, "Oh, I gotta buy a pole saw because I need to cut these things that are high up or whatever." I was like, "Oh, you want to borrow my pole saw?" And this came with the house. I had not ever attached it to the pole before, but it attaches to this pole somehow. I have used the saw part. It's an electric little chainsaw, basically. Ow! My tennis elbow is so horrible. Alright, well, since Jared didn't grab this today, because they were getting pretty worn out from having had a long day driving, they got home and started putting down some beers and stuff, and I think by the time they went home, he was just not in the mood to cart it off with him. So I just put it back over here for now. And I'll put it back into the garage until she asks for it later on. I don't feel like doing it. I should put this back anyway. I don't know any places to put it. Okay. So before I put the pole saw back, I'm going to move this back. This covers over this water thing. It's our whole house water cover, which I just changed the other day, and that made the water pressure get a lot stronger. Because I realized how wimpy our water pressure had gotten when we went to Vegas. The shower in Vegas had incredible water pressure, and I was like, oh shit, I really need to change that filter. I did, and sure enough, like, instantly much better water pressure. Just like the guy who sold us the house said. He warned me about that when we got the keys. He's like, if your water pressure gets weak, change the water filter. I left you new ones. So I was happy to know that. Otherwise, how would I have known why the water pressure was getting weak? You know? Good, you told me. I would never have even thought that we had a water filter. Okay, so let's put this back. This goes up here. And then I'll just put this up here too. Let's see, go together. There. Done and done. Oh, I'm getting the old cramperoos from being up too much, doing too many things without enough lying down or sleep. I think what I'd like to do though is take the machete into the garage so I can sharpen it with the whetstone. It's getting torn up with all this caustic cement. All right. We'll just get a whetstone here. That's better. Good enough for now. And then, which of these is more functional? I've got two of these loppers, these big loppers, which are good for some of my chopping jobs that I need to do. These could use a little lubrication. We get a little WD-40. Well, this is not WD-40, but it is spray lubricant anyway. So let's try that on for size. That's fine. Maybe a little tight still, but should be fine. I could wet stem this as well. Let me try a little bit of the old WD-40. Here we go. A little better, a little looser. So, I don't know how sharp these are, but like, in a gift or thing like that. That's good, but it's not that fluid a push, right? It's a little bit of a rusty Ryan. This is even more of a rusty Ryan. Well, let's see what we can do with this. With a little bit of WD-40 and a lot of faith. This one actually kind of has a little bit of an easier movement to it. Obviously, you're looking pretty rusty. You're looking as rusty as the boy from National Lampoon's Vacation. All right, let's see if these are sharp enough to do the job. Let's go check it out on some weeds and or other things that need to be chopped. Like this is probably fine. I'll chop off down here though. These ones don't seem as sharp. Let's try this. Yeah, these are sharper. Okay. Let me get this one. Good. This, that, little guy. Get this, that, and that, and that. There. That's pretty good. There. Okay. Well, that's better. That's good. So these choppers are better, for sure. Okay, good. I've done a little chopping, and that's so true. I do run, run, run. I do run, run. Okay, good. So, obviously, I want to get these weeds here too, but it's also the case that it'd probably be easier to do this with the electric mower. When I call you up, your lines engaged. I have had enough, so accurate. I have left that time. It was so hard to find, and I will lose my mind if you won't see me. Okay, that's enough getting sweaty again. Well, did a little bit of chopping. That's good. Okay. Still 4-2 athletics, that's good. Alright, you go cuddle with your husband. Stroke him on his chest and say, "Ooh, I like that chest hair. You remind me of Tom Selleck." Your husband loves it when you do that. It's hot out there still. Seems like a not that hot evening until you work back in the house where the air conditioning's on. Alright. Well, we're doing some productive things. How about we compact that trash? There you go, cat. Oops, wrong one. If you're like me, you think trash takes up too much room. Not anymore, thanks to the Whirlpool Gold Trash Compactor. Simply put the trash down into the compactor. And let the magic happen. Alright, thanks, trash compactor. You've made my trash so much more compact. Alright, let's go put this compacted trash in the trash can. We've got a trash can right here, conveniently located for ease of trash disposal. Put the trash compacted trash in there. And the boxes, which must have been compacted. There. Alright, good job. You guys did great on that one. And it was a little scary for your first time using the trash compactor. I feel like I got a sneeze in me today. So I'm allergic to uncompacted trash. So obviously it's compacted now, but I must have got the allergens from it when it's uncompacted. I like a pot of coffee, how about that? Does that sound good? Who else would like a nice cup of coffee? I would like one. I do believe I have enough coffee for you to have a cup as well. We can enjoy our hot beverage, we can chat, we can, bond over that time in Paris with that waiter. He was so romantic. Reminds me of International Foods Cafe Francais. All right. We poured the water. We emptied the old grounds. We're going to make our fresh makeshift coffee filter because regular coffee filters do not work nearly as well as this. This is the best coffee filter. 2 half paper towels. Put in this fashion. Got your excellent coffee filter ready to go. You're going to take 1 full scoop. Oh, and a little bit more. Then we're going to tuck and pat. slap and push. These are the steps in making coffee. All right. Well, Eric's been a very busy boy. Still 42 athletics, but Toronto has 2 on in the top of the 8th with nobody out. My wife left me for her ex, and now they're both missing. I promised I didn't bury them in a field in the California desert. Well, maybe what they're both missing is you. Does that make you feel better? Yes, coffee talk with a friend is maybe the best form of therapy because together we can all be well. Today I choose joy. My ex and her ex are missing, and that's okay. I don't need to know where they are. I like this bass line. Thanks, simple girl. It's a hat that I got in the mail from a chat lady who sends me a hat in the mail when she's feeling like it. She sent me this hat. It's got several colors on it. It's got tan and blue and yellow and black and yellow again. I think that's a fact, yeah. Can you freestyle on this beat? Sure, go for it. You can freestyle on the beat. Nobody gonna stop you while you stomp your feet. It's okay. This beat is fine. You can rap over it, and it's okay. This part's the change. Didn't really didn't need this part really because of obvious reasons. Okay, just shut up, right? Thanks, Play Guy. I like it. It's a super cute hat. It goes over my dome. In fact, then it says that my hairline can't be seen underneath it. Makes me look like I got a heath's worth of hairs under there, as big as it could be. But you know, if I took it off, you'd say, get out of here, baldy, get out of town. Take your baldness out on frown and Winsy Cromwell Mahongolo. I mean a Winsy Crowell Mahalongo. She's got a good eye for style. In fact, I've gotten multiple hats from her that I've gotten compliments on and that I think are great hats to wear and on and on. And I'm kind of picky about stuff, you know. Dorothy Parker, oh, what you talking about, Dorothy Parker? Are you talking about Dorothy Parker, the one who said, I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy? I believe she penned that quip right there. In fact, her name was Dorothy Parker, and she wore a parka because it was always snowing in New York back then. Daryl, I'm not sure if that approach is gonna work for you. I appreciate the attempt to be forthcoming, I suppose, but perhaps don't lead with deficits, I guess. I don't know. I'm coming to your house, Dad, and I'm so excited to see you. Well, I'm not excited to see you because you're not my child, dude. I only got a daughter, and 9L777 isn't my daughter. In fact, 9L777 is more like water, more like a slaughter. Very unlike my daughter, in fact, because 9L777 is a boy, I bet. Not even a girl. So how could 9L777 be my child? I have 7 kids and they have ADHD and bipolar, and I don't want my kids so for free. You're babysitting them for a month now, G. No, I ain't babysitting Squeak. You can keep your kids for yourself, and you can take care of them with their ADHD health. And they got bipolar too. Those two things aren't aligned, because the manic party is not one whose mind is afflicted by ADHD. They're hyper and depressed because they have ADHD and bipolar schizophrenia and all the other things that you could have wrong with you. Do they also have autism? Are they neurodivergent? Oh boy. Well, my name is Daryl, and I love to eat food. My favorite is steak, but got no teeth to chew. So I gotta eat poo, 'cause it's soft. Eric and I made a video about bipolar, I guess. These kids, they love nuts, but they're allergic to everything but water and ketchup. It makes them hard to feed. My kids love to eat nuts, but they're allergic to everything but water and ketchup. It makes them hard to feed. It'd be tough if you were allergic to everything except water and ketchup. I mean, at least you could have ketchup in your water. But I don't know, that doesn't sound that good to me, you know? I was told to do this and I have no choice. Well, you were told to have 7 kids with extreme nut allergies? No, Daryl Parker, I don't need any more moderators. I've got plenty of moderators. And the moderators are moderators, not even so much to moderate, although they do, and I appreciate that, but just, they became moderators back when the community was even smaller and more insular than it is now. Just fake it till you make it, Daryl. Fake it till you make it. Oh, it's fair, all right. It's as fair as the fairest damsel in the princess storybook. Well, thanks, Ty Blue Collar Guy. Sometimes when I upload songs, I put in the description, #EricRock. What kind of music do I play? Well, I play Eric Rock. I should sing. I do sing. What would you like me to sing? I could sing, I'm writing a song all about you. A true song as real as my tears. But there's no need to fear it, 'cause no one will hear it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. You tell all about how you cheated I want for the whole world to hear. I want to get even with you 'cause you're leaving. But sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. It's a good thing that I'm not a star. You don't know how lucky you are. Though my records may say it, no one will play it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. Here's a Willie Nelson song for you. So fun, and not depressed. So fun, and not depressed. Well, maybe you shouldn't obsess about it so much. Either way, you know. Everybody has advantages, disadvantages in life in various ways and capacities. You know, I don't consider myself to be some sort of sexual dynamo. It's just not my attentional strength. It's like there have been times when I fixated on things that I don't like about myself more than others, but I'm not sure if it ever really did any good. I don't have a problem of hating myself too little. Don't do that, Daryl. Try to love yourself. Try to remember that the little kid version of you wants you to like yourself and love yourself and affirm yourself and not be mean and abusive to your inner child, so to speak. Nice job, Andrew Har. Finally, you do something instead of just get out after out and then go on the disabled list for a long ass time. You were one of these two big free agents we picked up, Severino and Andujar, and I don't think either of them has really fully panned out at all. Severino has had a lot of rough pitching starts in a row. And Andujar has been mostly on the disabled list all year. Now, they pinch run for Andujar with Schumann. The Athletics have a one-run lead here in the bottom of the eighth, one out. Schumann's on first, and Muncie's at the plate. Last time I saw him hit, he had warning track power, as he seems to often. Again, we get thrown out. Come on. That's two consecutive base stealers we've seen from the Athletics get thrown out. Butler got thrown out earlier, and then Schumann now got thrown out. Schumann's like, no, I'm in there. Yeah, you. Oh, he dropped it. What? Oh yeah, that's he's not out. He totally knocked the ball loose out of the glove. You gotta see this. There's no way that he's out. They need to challenge that shit. Oh, I guess they ref overturned it when he saw the ball come loose. Never mind. He originally called him out, but anyway, he's safe, so that's fine. Look, Daryl Parker, I know the anguish of hating oneself and finding oneself inadequate in a myriad of ways. Be adequate to the cause of treating yourself with kindness. and being optimistic about who you are, having faith in yourself even when things don't go well. Because that's what faith is, belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. Your child self deserves it. I'm standing in the place where I always say to myself, my empire of dirt, and now Daryl is singing the song. Empire of dirt. Game over, 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 game over. No, the game is not over, Night Owl 777. In fact, it's just begun. It's so sad that 1 billion people are mentally ill. Well, I'm not sure where you're getting that number from, but I think very few people experience any kind of like consistent ontological wellness, enlightenment, or whatever kind of bullshit you want to call it. The human condition is one where we're wrestling at all times with a bunch of different subjectivities and objectivities and self-concept that is both a product of and constrained and defined by how you pay attention. I take Seroquel every day. All it does is make me sleepy and dehydrated. Well, isn't that what you're taking it for, to make you sleepy? I want to go take half a Klonopin now that I remember it. Because I'm planning on. I want to be in bed and actually like going to sleep by midnight-ish, 1 o'clock. Regardless, I want to make sure I really sleep in as much as possible tomorrow. Well, because Zabu, as I explained to you at the time, you wanted to have gay sex with me. And I thought it was an app for enthusiasts of pepper mills. Obviously, I was terribly wrong. But that's why I blocked you and everybody else and deleted the app, because it turned out it wasn't for pepper mills. Thank you, Zabu. I'm just a confused old man. I don't understand these youthful references. Night Owl 777 said, I liked your music. Well, thanks, Night Owl 777. Maybe I'll put some of it on. I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit frustrated musically right now, in the sense that I'm enjoying playing music a lot. I'm recording various things, but nothing's really gelling into a completed vision at the moment. So that's fine. I know from experience that you just gotta keep plodding through and things will fall together. I'm not super frustrated. It's just I'd like to produce a finished track that I'm very pleased with, and I haven't in quite a long time now. At least I'm working on music again, and I'm past the period of time where I wasn't going to get anything done because I was depressed. Hi, Rock Gaming. Or Rag Aiming. Rag Amming. No elephants in my fridge. No. I'd like to maybe record sign holders. I think I've gotten it out written. I'll be back. I'm about to take a few shots of vodka. Well, lucky you, Daryl. When you're feeling sad, remember, hey, I can still get high. Guest house is sold, actually. It closed on Monday. We got the money on Tuesday. It's all done. We no longer have that house. And we do have the liquidity from it. Of course, the reason we needed to, it turned out we needed to get the liquidity out of it is because we still have, from what I can tell, the large majority of the portfolio awaiting a probate hearing. There's some we can access, but yeah. I wish I had a few lines of bugger sugar. What's bugger sugar? Is that speed or coke? Ew. Ah, that was quite the kiss. It's true. It's a time of relative relaxation, but I do have things on the slate. I want to move forward with getting diabetes test, going to the urgent care and getting the test results for it, and figuring out how to manage that, because obviously I've got the diabetes or pre-diabetes insulin resistance or something. So yeah, do drink water between your shots. You'll nobody likes being hungover. And if you want to have a really terrible hangover, mix some Coke in with your vodka, and you're gonna really fucking hate it tomorrow morning. But instead of doing Coke, just a spoonful of meth helps the Daryl stay up. Are you perspiring at night? No, I'm not perspiring at night a lot, but I am getting up a lot to go pee at night and not during the day, right? That's a classic symptom. And I'm not sure if I'm healing slowly or not. Like, I got this one, like, scab thing on my foot, but I keep tearing open the scab when I have a sock on. So I'm not sure if it's healing slowly or it just keeps getting reopened. Has anyone of you guys seen a ghost before? I've never seen a ghost. I've had some weird, spooky-ish, kind of paranormal-ish stuff happen on a few occasions, but nothing that would comprise a really satisfying ghost story of any kind. Have your kidneys checked? Okay, well, I mean, the reason I'm getting a diabetes test is because the dentist wants to know my glucose test results before he does dental surgery on me. So I want to move forward with that, and accordingly, I have to. Yeah. I don't think it is the prostate, actually. I used to think it was my prostate, but the fact that I have to get up and pee a lot during the night, but I don't have to pee a lot during the day. That's pretty textbook. I don't know why insulin resistance slash diabetes causes you to pee during the night but not during the day, but apparently that's a classic symptom of it. I wonder what the mechanism of that is. Is it because you're lying down or something? Regardless, I already begun limiting my sugar intake. I used to eat a lot more sugar than I do now. Now I'm very conscious of when I do eat something with sugar in it. I think, okay, well, I'll have this one sugar thing. So hopefully, these relatively recent dietary change movements start to show some paid dividends or whatever, show some results. I'm not really sure how the whole thing works. That's why I want to go talk to the doctor at urgent care. Oh, come on, that is a strike. Okay, you did call it a strike. What are you complaining about, Blue Jay McGay? That's not even nothing to complain about. Stop being a little bitch. That was a strike. You struck out fair and square. You can tell your average over the last 3 months through blood. Average what? When your blood sugar's too high. So I do tend to eat sweets before bed too. So I did. Now I'm starting to cut them out. A1C. Hi, Stephen Morton. You know, I don't like this whole diabetes thing. Just let me just eat whatever the fuck I want and not have any problem with it. How about that? Wouldn't that be better? I think so. Did anybody offer me that deal? No. A's win. Good job. Mason Miller gets the save. 4-3. It's a close win. But we even up the series against the Toronto Blue Jays. And tomorrow, I believe, is the so-called rubber game. Although I could be wrong. It could be a 4-game series, but I think it's 3-game. Diabetes is so bad. Like, what's so bad of it? About it? What's so bad about it? It's like, if you look at all those diabetes commercials, like for Jardiance and stuff, all those people are fat. I'm not fat. It affects you at the cellular level. It affects me how, though? What exactly does it do to me? High blood glucose level. Hmm. We'll just stop eating sugar and that should be fine. Um, Would they just give you insulin and you can eat as much sugar as you want, or what? How does that work? No diabetes.co.uk. I don't want you to. Yeah. Your kidneys is bad for your kidneys? Unless they're your own personal habits. Uncontrolled diabetes can take your eyesight. Well, but I mean, I don't have like circulation problems or anything. They're not gonna amputate one of my limbs. But I'm gonna just stop eating sugar and hopefully that solves the problem. Well, because I like, it's like, what helps me to go to sleep is having a bunch of snacks before bed. I get all full and I want to go to sleep. And I tend to get a sweet tooth before bed. Like, I don't eat candy at all day long. And then right before bed, or even when I get up after I go to sleep to pee, I go and eat candy. So, first line is diet and exercise. Well, I'm gonna just drop out the candy, have an occasional piece of candy, but I'm getting pretty good at on exercise. I'm in a lot better shape than I was, say, a year ago. I guess I'm at that age where I have to start taking care of myself. I just don't have the constitution that I once did. I can't be as rough and tumble in my ways without incurring consequences. It's unfortunate, but so it goes. I do a lot of moving around, Like working on the pond and stuff is actually quite a bit of exercise, digging those big holes and stuff. I'm getting so much work in, I guess you'd say, that my tennis elbow is acting up. No, I didn't get tennis elbow from playing tennis. Well, my elbow started getting really bad when I was in Laverne and I was doing all this, like building a chicken coop and all kinds of shit like that, right? But mostly get bad because I do things like pick this up over here and try to bring it this way. Down lifting techniques and stuff. And that feels like it's kind of like permanently bone bruised or something. I'm 40 next February and I've always been 170 pounds or less. Now I'm 200s. Don't know how. Well, I've always been about 185. Well, I still am. I think. I don't actually weigh myself, but I don't seem to really have gotten any fatter or anything. Just the same kind of belly that I always have. Well, at least it doesn't work the other way around. You do get to enjoy some sneeze-free farts. Doing curls and it's healing your elbow. It's inflammation. I'm not sure what it is. It's just this spot right here. I've banged this bone many times as well in my life, and it just certain point like just got kind of permanently sore. My friend's husband had diabetes and didn't follow the rules of eating and drinking beer. Came downstairs, stumbled and fell, and went blind and was on daily dialysis. Well, I mean, the thing is, my elbow problem is not at the joint. It's this inconveniently located bone that I bang into things, and the little muscles back in here. Maybe I'm not sure, but it's this that's sore, and it gets sore again when I do with digging and too much digging and stuff. One of the ways that I'm treating my diabetes is by smoking. Instead of eating candy, I'll just smoke. My grandpa would smoke constantly to ease up on the joint pain. Well, smoking tobacco is not going to help your joints. I don't really have any joint pain. I do have I have this elbow thing, but it's not a joint thing exactly. And sometimes my hands get a little sore playing guitar for too long. Smoke cannabis. I smoke a lot of cannabis, but I don't do it for any medical reasons. I just do it in order to get me high. It seems to be the single best reason to smoke pot. It's the tendon that connects the triceps to the elbow that's inflamed. Talking about my thing, my tennis elbow? No, you cannot, Mark Duncan. My lungs and heart are fine. They're not going anywhere. I'm expecting to die at 130 by being mauled by a grizzly bear. While smoking. Looks like the same thing I have. Oh, cool. You ever try Rick Simpson oil? No. I don't know what that is. Alright, I guess it's time to turn off the light in the garage. So let's do that this way. We're gonna close this door, which is just wide open like nobody's business. It's like we're making a moth collection in here. What are you doing? Collecting moths? What I do, I like to leave all the doors open in the garage and the lights on at night. And all the moths go in the garage. What could be more fun than that? It's like every night's a moth party. There. Okay, now let's go back inside. And get a beverage, maybe another bite of food. RSO oil, best body high you ever felt. You can get it at any local dispensary. I'm not familiar with it. RSO oil? We drink these drinks. I'll show them to you. When I want to consume edibles, is that oil an edible, or is it something you smoke? Okay, I don't want to watch you eat. Okay. All right, I need coffee. Let's have a cup of coffee. And I think I'll make myself a bagel with cream and cheese. That seems like a good dinner-ish thing. Kind of had a few components, a couple yogurts and a couple of King's Hawaiian breads. With the addition of a bagel and cream cheese, we're really approaching meal territory there. Okay. I'm gonna chop this bagel. Because what they do, they like to play this little trick on you in the bagels. You get it out and you're like, oh, it's cut in half already. It's not. They leave the one part uncut, and if you try to take it apart, it's gonna rip. So keep that in mind when dealing with your bagels. You probably already know this, but a helpful reminder never hurt. Alright, let's put this in here. And voila. What do you want, mister? You want new water? Okay, I'll get you new water. Here you go, silly boy. New water for you. He like spits in the water so it gets gross after one drink or something. Capito wants me to always give her fresh water too. It's like, can't you cats just drink dewdrops outside? Do you really need water? But they're quite insistent about it, so I guess water continues to be on the menu. I always say, like, don't you guys want grapefruit juice or something occasionally? No? They just always want water. You'd almost think they were fish. Alright, doesn't this look delicious? It doesn't just look delicious. It also smells and tastes delicious. Feels delicious. Sounds delicious. And intuits deliciousness. Alright, so what we're going to need now is a special topping. It's exclusively used on bagels. So bagels have their own thing you put on them. Everything else you put butter or jam or whatever. Bagels are like, no, if you want to eat me, you have to get a special thing called cream cheese. It's just for me. Aren't you entitled, bagels? Yes, you are. But you know what? Maybe that's what I like about you. You know who you are. You aren't afraid to demand cream cheese. You understand your own worth. I deserve cream cheese. I'm pretty enough. I'm tasty enough. I'm going to get cream cheese. And you're right, bagels. You are going to get cream cheese. Because you won that battle a long time ago. People don't even bother fighting that battle anymore. Well, we're going to get bagels? Well, we do. We're going to have to get cream cheese. And you know how what then happens, you have the vicious cycle of, well, now I have cream cheese left but no bagels. And now I have bagels left but no cream cheese. And then you get stuck in the bagel loop. So, last time we had too much cream cheese, so this time we got more bagels. And I think this cream cheese and the bagels should run out about the same time. There's only 2 bagels left, and after this one, there's probably about 2 bagels worth of cream cheese left too. But of course, when you have a satisfying bagel experience that results in running out of cream cheese at the same time you run out of bagels, well, that's just going to make you think, oh, I'm going to get bagels again. It's going to work out just as well next time. And you're probably lying to yourself. How long are you going to cook for? That's fine. Let me just put a little bit of this in there while the heat's on so that it'll melt kind of, And of course, I got the regular cream cheese. Do I prefer the regular cream cheese? No. Like any sane human being, I prefer whipped cream cheese. This is hot enough. But it's more expensive for less cream cheese. I suppose one could be industrious and say, I'm going to buy regular cream cheese, I'm going to whip it myself at home. But is Eric ever going to do that? No. Sorry, that's just asking too much of me when it comes to dealing with cream cheese once I get it home from the supermarket. I'd rather just have to struggle with this poorly spreading regular cream cheese and just deal with the unsatisfaction of unequal distribution of cream cheese across your bagel. It doesn't even come off of this spreader very well. Alright, there. Now we're going to put the rest of the cream cheese back where it goes in Cream Cheese Alley. We got 2 bagels left. We'll need the rest of this cream cheese for those bagels. Cream cheese goes in the same place as the butter goes. A little butter cubby. Your fridge probably has a butter cubby as well. We're big butter users, so we've always got a couple pounds of butter in there. And when we have cream cheese, even though it's not butter, because of its weird, unique, I only exist for bagels thing, it weasels its way into the butter cubby. The butter obviously is upset about it. It's like, hey, this is our cubby. I'm like, well, cream cheese is like you, a lot like you, butter. And butter gets offended. Cream cheese is nothing like me. I'm butter, for fuck's sake. Wait, what is that? What is that? It's a tow truck going to the neighbor's house across the street. That's what it is. So that's good to know. We've solved that mystery. Mary Bateson, how's it going? I hope you're doing fine. I've got a bagel, I've got cream cheese on it. I'm ready to feast. Well, perhaps most importantly of all, I have this delicious cup of coffee. You want to eat, dude, eat. You don't need me to stand right there. Just eat your food and don't be prude. I can feel the flavor of nutrition filling my body with health and wellness. And look, there's no sugar. See, I care about myself. I don't want to be all big old diabetes Dan or whatever. But I've never had a problem with food at all. Like it's not a drug thing for me. I don't really self-soothe with food that much. Like, there will be occasions when I have to exercise a little bit of self-control when I feel like eating something sweet, but it doesn't seem particularly difficult to me. Mmm. This bagel is the hero of my mouth. It deserves a medal of some kind. The silver daisy. Awarded for the display of excellence in the field of being food. Mmm. Mmm. Bread turns into sugar from the flour? No, it doesn't. Hmm. Well, that was delicious. Hi, Rick Shaw. How's it going? You know, I have told the Utsex family so many times, do not name your sons Gabe. But they insist on naming all their sons Gabe, Gabe the second, Gabe the third. It's like, are you familiar with the is everywhere family? They keep naming their son Mike. Very unfortunate. Of course, it's also very accurate because Mike is everywhere is always getting his cum everywhere. So it's appropriate. I kind of look like Phil Myers, huh? How can I tell if this cute guy at the gym is bisexual or gay? Ask him if you'd like to see your penis. Hey, Bob. Just curious, would you like to take a look at my penis? I could bring it out and show it to you if you'd like. He says, no thanks. Actually, I'm not doing any kind of research into penises, then probably he's not gay. He says, yeah, I'd like to look at your penis. I've kind of wanted to look at it for a long time. Then probably he's gay. But he could just be a penis admirer, I suppose, in theory. Maybe he went to medical school to become a penis doctor. Which, in order to be fair to both genders, we're going to start to have from now on. There's not just going to be gynecologists, there's going to be penis doctors as well. Periodically you have to go to the doctor and get in the stirrups, and then they like fiddle with your dick for a while. Well, yeah, your penis is fine. But I want you to come back in 6 months for another checkup. Don't forget to be clean in your wiping. You don't want to get a penis UTI. So this is unusual. There's this big tow truck thing going on across the street. Obviously they have some kind of car problem. But their car is up on the top of their very steep driveway. I think this is going to be problematic. The tow truck obviously can't get up there. So they must have some other approach in mind, perhaps. They have a very narrow, steep driveway. It's not even paved all the way. Some parts of it might be paved, but it is Saturday night, so, you know, if the neighbors want to be getting their car towed at 11 p.m., who am I to judge? I'm sure it disrupts the normal quietude of the evening, but gotta get your car towed, you gotta get your car towed. What are you gonna do? I see they are neutraling it down the hill. Which I don't hear the car on at all, but it might be covered over by the sound of the truck. But you guys like to see all the action. You won't be able to see much, just as I can't see much, but you should be able to see something. Well, there's the action. It's action faction across the street there. We got lights, we got... What is that? Is that an ambulance? Oh shit, that's a fire truck. My bad, that's not a tow truck. Wow. We have a little glut of emergency vehicles around here. So I guess they got the ambulance up the driveway. They just couldn't get the fire truck up there, obviously. And I guess they took somebody away in the ambulance. Wow. I wonder who got hurt over there. We identified the person who died in the neighborhood the other day. I'm not exactly sure when it was, but and it turns out it's a guy I know well from having seen him many times, but I don't think I ever really talked to him. But he was this old guy who would take his dog for a walk by driving his side by side, and the dog would run alongside of it, you know. Like he was probably in his 80s or something and didn't walk so great anymore, is my guess. But his dog would run through here lots of times through the circle driveway here, and as he drove by, and the dog would pause briefly to let me like sniff me and then run on. Well, when I thought about that today, once I knew who it was, I felt bad for the dog who lost his human, you know? Obviously, the guy's family is mourning too, I'm sure, but like, that dog's life was very regular. It went on these walks every day. Death is, you know, serious and a bummer. I mean, I know that's not news to anybody, but I'll just be able to read the chat when I go back inside. I can't read it right now. My eyes are tired. I see a lot better when my eyes are when I'm fully rested than when I have a sleep deficit. My eyes get tired. Well, I didn't really eat any sugary stuff. No, I had one lemon bar. That was a long time ago. So I think that if I'm gonna try to really just like not hardly eat any sugar for days and days and see if I still have to get up and peel out when I go to bed. Maybe I can just kind of like solve the problem by knowing what it is and adjusting my diet accordingly. And then when they go give me a diabetes test, they'll be like, "Oh, you're fine," because I won't have a bunch of sugar in me. But I don't know how that test works. So, you know, talking about possibilities when you don't know how something works is always ill advised. I do not understand the mechanism of the test for. I remember when I got a prostate cancer test, the doctor explained to me that there's a specific protein that gets released if you have prostate cancer, and so it's really easy to test for it. If you have a protein, you have it. If you don't, you don't. I was like, that's awfully convenient of prostate cancer to release such a easily testable and determined factor. Yeah, I hope they're okay too. No, GDBSJS, you cannot get mod. Winston's mom. I like where you're going with this idea here, but I guess for $1,200 you can be mod for a day or two. GDBSJS. That'd be fair. It's a reasonable amount of thing to get. Of course, if you abuse it once, then you gotta be unmodded immediately. But yeah, people, believe it or not, don't pay for the privilege of doing volunteer work. Huh. Ah, coffee's really good. I wonder if non-dairy creamer has sugar in it. I hope not. Because I really need non-dairy creamer in my coffee. Getting rid of non-dairy creamer, that would be a problem. I think I'm going to go take that half a Klonopin now. And kind of ride that into a stage of relaxation. And I'll probably wrap up the stream in not too long. Maybe I'll take half a Klonopin and half a Lanzi as well. Hey, beauty. I'm going to take half a Lanzi and half a Klonopin. Where's your chopper?
Oh, it's still packed away.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a full Lanzi then, okay?
Yeah.
I'll take half a Klonopin and break that in half of my finger.
I can get the chopper if you want.
Alright, full Lanzi sounds like a good idea. I want to get a good night's sleep tonight as possible.
Okay.
Okay, just put the other half a Klonopin on the shelf here, okay?
Okay.
And the medicine cabinet. Bedroom smells like a mammal's den. Smells like me and Rachel hunkering down or something. I don't want the zero sugar creamer if you have to get a different kind of creamer to be zero sugar. It shouldn't have sugar in coffee creamer. It's supposed to be creamer, not sugar. It does taste kind of sweet though, if you put enough in. Anyway, I'll talk to the doctor, the urgent care, and we'll find out what my test results say. And everything will be fine. Diabetes does run in my family. My grandma had it. So it's not shocking. Plus, when I quit drinking, I went on this crazy sugar binge, eating just cakes and candy all the time. You know, it's kind of an important part of quitting drinking for me. My body was adjusting to strikingly different consumption stuff where I wasn't getting any alcohol anymore, which I guess has a lot of sugar in it, supposedly. Supposedly, alcohol is basically just empty calories. Yeah, I'm not worried about it, Rachel. I'm not too stressed out about it at all, really. I think it's going to be fine. I feel glad that I've kind of just come to terms with, okay, this is what's going on, and I can't just pretend like it's nothing, nanny, 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 and I'm just going to have to cut sugar out of my diet. Compared to other things I've quit, sugar is not a challenge at all. Of course, cutting out completely would be challenging, but I think if I just cut out all the glucosey things like candy and and sodas and stuff, then the sucrosey stuff like grapefruit juice probably isn't that big of a deal. But again, I'll talk to the doctor, see what he says. And then I will just start minding those P's and Q's. I feel very like capable of dealing with that kind of stuff right now. Like Winston's mom said, we're kind of in a okay. We've got all this stuff that we had to take care of, taken care of. We got a new set of things coming up. You know, predicated on the dental stuff and the medical care. Rachel needs to go to the dentist too, and we got more expenses coming up, but we're gonna get those things done too, and then we'll be ready to move on to the next phase of things where we'll find some kind of employment and hopefully we basically don't need to touch anything in the portfolio for a decade or so, you know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the income outflow looks like once I'm getting income. I'll be just stoked to be having taxes withheld and Social Security. That's going to be fantastic. There's one thing I hated about being in business for myself. It was not having to pay Social Security. Didn't hate that at all. I never liked paying into Social Security. I thought it was dumb that I had to do that. Working out is a huge pain. Wow. I don't think that working out's a huge pain if you just are doing things that are a workout that you want to do, like ponding, cutting the grass. You know, there's plenty of workouts to be had just around the house. This morning I took a walk around the block, try to jostle my poop loose. I don't need a shit ton of exercise to get my fitness back up to normal. Can you call me on your way home from work and maybe text me to get there? Sure, Rachel, of course. I mean, we're months away from me actually having a viable job search because I got to get the dental surgery and then I got to heal from it and it's a huge battle of will. I mean, I'm not trying to go to the gym or anything. I'm just trying to stay physically active so that I'm not super out of shape like I was when I was depressed, where I can walk up to the mailbox without getting winded. I didn't like that very much. I felt like I was dying. Just kind of like, oh, I'm just old, I'm dying now. But I was depressed. It's amazing what a big difference your mental state makes on your physical state. It's almost like your mind is part of your body. But that couldn't be. My mind is like a ghost inhabiting a machine. My body is like a machine, and the kind of machine it is a temple. That's why I put only the cleanest meth inside of it. You like meth? It's great for the system. Well, it's great for getting things done, maybe. It can be, depending on how the thwack goes, but good for the system? Probably not great for your physical well being. I remember when I used to be super thwacked out and I'd sit in my chair at my house in Temple City and work on something on the computer. I'd be just sitting in that chair for like 12 hours, and I'd stand up, my ankles would be all swollen. Ridiculous. And I had all these jars of pee around me because I couldn't be bothered to get up and pee in the bathroom. So, meth is a real tour de force. And certainly it's got its pros, but it also has its cons. I use it every day. I just mix it in with my coffee and I have great 72-hour days. Well, you can't sustain a sleep deficit for very long without incurring some consequences. Like when you have enough of a sleep deficit, then the meth will just make you kind of normal and functional again. Yeah, you can mix it in your coffee. It's water soluble. Yeah, totally. Once in a while, you could do that. And most people probably wouldn't do it that way because they'll just be like, I'm not sure I'm gonna get it all that way. But the best way to consume it is to smoke it. Use the clear crystal kind too. Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta remember, dude, that your body has to catch up on all that sleep eventually. I was a regular. Meth has cons. No, it's not a pun. Um, you, you, your body keeps track of all the sleep you've lost, and you have to catch up, or you just remain tired. Eventually, you have to sleep so that your dopamine recovers in your brain, so that the reuptake inhibiting processes of the meth will have something to work with. As you get older, you have less ability to stay up for long periods of time. And you need more sleep when you do get sleep. And you feel more tore up when you don't. So, it's good to ease into a gentler amphetamine probably at some point. Like, I don't know, Dexedrine or Adderall. Probably try to phase out smoking it. Because, that's where you really just start losing all your sleep. Start smoking it, and then 8 hours later you smoke some more, but then now you're stuck into being up for another 12 hours. And, well, it's a bit of a vicious cycle of no sleep. Micro sleeping is like regular sleeping, but for just 5 minutes. Some ENTJ came up with it, and it's a plan whereby you too can work 23 hours and 55 minutes a day. Travel dimensions on your meth? Like, you mean length, width, and depth? Or some other dimension? Time? Or do you mean you traveled to another universe? Yeah, that's a dumbass idea. You need a sleep cycle of an hour and a half to get proper sleep. It's some dumbass ENTJ idea to, well, all we need to do is pretend like our body is just a machine that needs to work more. Slept in 7 days. Well, you're probably going completely crazy then. Even at the height of my meth usage, I never stayed up 3 full nights. Right, I could get through the second night, and then going into the third, at some point I just crash out. Even if I smoked more or whatever. My body just said, nope, you're crushing it. You're going to get 4 hours of sleep minimum before you're going to wake up again. Even if atomic bombs are dropping nearby, you're not going to wake up until 4 hours. Tommy and Samuel says penis. Nobody knows why. Are you requesting some penis? Are you noting, hey, look, it's a penis? I don't understand. You'll need to provide more context to make your statement of penis mean more for everybody. Feel pretty energized, but yeah, something in the back of my mind was worried I might be missing out on something. I mean, there's also a pretty well established link between chronic sleep deprivation and increased likelihood of dementia. But, you know, when I see all those correlations and such, I just think about my mom who did everything right, had none of the bad habits or unhealthy habits or whatever that supposedly increase your likelihood of it, and she got it. I think fairly young she started having it. Probably, I'm not sure exactly when, but probably in her early mid 60s she started encountering the first symptoms of it. Wasn't until some years later that man. I was a mod on a channel. I asked the streamer why his PFP was a picture of a penis. He flipped out, logged off, and disappeared for 15 years. Well, maybe he traveled to Tibet to find out the answer to the question. Oh, Dalai Lama, why is my PFP a penis? Good, good. I'm pleased. I'm pleased by that bong rip. I guess he was hacked only after I asked. My PFP, when I'm logged in with TWFP, says TWFP on it. Like this. But when I'm logged in with Eric Strauss, it's a picture of me going like this to a lady at the Goodwill sign. You're glad to be a self-ableist? That means you discriminate against yourself because of your disabilities? All right, well, that's great. Tribal Chief is here. Hey, fellers. Hey, Tribal Chief, I want to thank you for the casinos that you provide for us. I must say, I have renewed respect for Chuchancy Gold after seeing the horrible bullshit the Flamingo is trying to pull. At least Chuchancy, if you play blackjack, it's 3-2, pays 3-2, insurance pays 2-1. Who came up with the idea of 6-5 blackjack? My cooter is a sentient. A sentient what? A sentient cooter? The Flamingo was trying to pull 6-5 blackjack. They were trying to pull 3-0, like 0, double 0, triple 0 roulette. They had this ridiculous qualifying standard on Ultimate Texas Hold'em where in order to qualify, the dealer had to have a pocket pair, which is not normally how Ultimate Texas Hold'em works. They have to qualify in three card poker. The only one that was normal was three card poker, and that's probably because it's got some of the worst odds in the casino normally. Yeah, I mean I'm fine with and accustomed to, zero and double zero roulette, but three zeros. Of course, I won in my one spin of roulette that I did. I only did one spin of roulette there because I sat down, ready to do it, and then once I was sitting down, that's when I noticed there was three zeros. So I was like, okay, well, I put five on zero, five on double zero, five on triple zero, and five on green, and it hit zero. So that was my only spin of roulette. Blade Davis, hello. What am I doing today? I'm going to go to sleep pretty soon. And then I'm going to sleep my little heart out. I'm going to sleep till all the slumber monkeys in the world are jealous of me. Slumber monkeys are like the Tooth Fairy and the Sandman, but they're just kind of like scrub level. So they're called the slumber monkeys. All right, here we go. How about them meow? Super Bowl bound, baby. Let me see what it says in a second. How about them what? Dallas Cowboys, huh? I don't know. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys, it seems like every year, certain amount of hype, expectation, and every year they just kind of start stinking up the program in the latter half of the season. Miss the playoffs or get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. I don't know about those Dallas Cowboys. They seem to have a little bit of a hype problem. Okay, shh, you're being too loud. All right, turn that volume down. Say Mina, 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 Badrog, Badros. Mina, Mina, Badros. What are you doing? Don't repeat your madros. That is a shoe-in. Mina, Mina, Badros. What are you doing? You're looking for me to say your name. Well, I said it. I worked hard on saying it too. I spent years studying the art of saying it at the University of Namings. You're welcome. You're so very welcome. Oh my God. You've never been so welcome before. Well, I suppose I should probably fold. Well, I'll give it a call one time. I got the king. He probably got the ace. I'll fold. Fine. Hi, Carlos Paiva. How's the Portuguese summer treating you? Are you swaddled in paella? Say, I'm straight fibbing. I'm a straight fibbing. You can't believe a word that I say. I'm straight fibbing. Can't you be ribbing? No, I'm just fibbing. I'm a liar today. That's called the Liar song. Oh, paella is a Spanish dish? Do they have La Paella Portugal? It's like Spanish paella, but with a spicy Portuguese twist. The only tale you'll get from me is one that's tall. Can't you see? 'Cause I'm fibbing. All right, good. No Jack, good. I win. similar dishes, except with Portuguese, you have Portuguese sausage. But in Spain, they don't have any sausage. They only have flan. If you say, I'd like 2 eggs and some breakfast sausages, they give you 2 eggs and flan. Anytime they don't know what something is, they just give you flan for it. If you like, can I have a bowl of top ramen? They don't know what that is in Spain. They just give you flan. When the lib lib libbing comes to fib fib fibbing, everybody goes to town. They do? Yes. Do they come back? Not alive. Oh. And I have to go to town? Yes. When? Right now. A clip? Let's see. Oh, you app. Always launching. I'm straight fibbing. I'm a straight fibbing. You can't believe a word that I say. I'm straight fibbing. Can't you see ribbon? No, I'm just fibbing. I'm lying today. That's a good song, Acacia. It's a good clip. Yeah. Oh, wow. I can't believe you caught it on tape. Me confessing to all that lying. No, nobody's gonna believe me ever again. Oh, yeah. Tiffany is still Tiffany, right? She just went to Croatia to get massive reconstructive surgery. Which, because she's Tiffany and just things just work out for her, it just restored her to her previous state of glory. Yeah. Where unlicensed Eastern European surgeons will work their magic on her. I mean, they are licensed, but they're licensed by like the former Soviet satellite state of Uzbekistan. What's up, drunk old crap? I'm not drunk. There are a variety of things that are up, but me being drunk is not one of them. That's just me dancing. I'm dancing up a storm, no doubt about that. Hi, Kurt Miller. Isn't that where Jordan Peterson went? If Tiffany returns speaking JP word salad, could we get a Tiffany 3? You know what? I think if Tiffany gets a little bit of brain damage during her surgery, we're probably not going to be able to tell the difference. She's never been the sharpest tool in the shed anyway, and she has a serious drinking problem. So um, I think she'll be just fine. She moves through the world empowered by her own unwavering certainty, regardless of facts. Is there any power in the universe more powerful than that? No. Only nuclear bombs. Oh, right. That emoji thing. All right, well, let's see what's going on. Are you saying you made a Tiffany emoji and you want me to integrate it into the thing? Let's see if I can do that. Manage. Hmm. Settings? Hmm. Channel? Advanced settings? Hmm. Um. Let's see. General. Upload defaults. Monetization. No. Permissions. Community moderation. Ah, not under settings. Okay, let me look someplace else. I guess we could discard any changes and then make any changes. Okay, so community could be under community. No, but it's not though. Customization. No. Hmm. Where would it be? I wonder. Hmm. I'm not logged in as talking with famous people. Okay, well, membership. Let's see. Hmm. How do I update this? Okay. How do I make more custom emojis? Let's see. I found the right place anyway. Um, I want, I want to increase my bust. I don't know how to change that though. Let's see. How do I do more things on that? Let's see. Hmm. Okay. I want to. I can't figure it out. I don't see anything that. Let's see. Um. Learn more about memberships. Uh. I want to learn about memberships not from somebody being a member, but somebody having memberships. Use and manage your channel membership benefits on YouTube. Uh, um, let's see. See perks. Okay. Um, custom emoji was fine and dandy, but oh, four spades. Ah, fold it. I don't know. How do I change it up? Like, how do I change those? Hmm. Hmm. No, I don't want that. I want to know. Hmm. No. This is not from a creator's perspective. Ship perks management. Go on the computer, go to YouTube Studio. On the left menu, go to Earn. Okay, that's cool. So, alright. YouTube Studio, on the left menu, select Earn. Okay. Earn. And memberships. And where are the Mias though? Let's see what this says. In the box it says step 1, add levels and perks. Click edit. I don't see this box that says step 1. Oh wait, badges and emojis. There. There is a Tiffany emoji. It's the 6-month emoji. But I could upload more. Or I could edit the existing ones. For example, okay, aspect ratio of 1 to 1. Upload size less than 1 MB. Okay, so do you have a specific picture you want me to use? Or you just want me to make one, or what? I'm not your dad. Cryptiz. Hello. The Sherwinator. The Bible. I found it more compelling than the actual Bible. More compelling than the actual Bible? Eric, I watched your version of the Bit, the Bible. Oh, well, thank you. I worked long and hard on fixing it. Because obviously, if Jesus and God aren't going to write the Bible, it might as well be me. You have one of Tiffany in her purple cape. All right, well, I'll have to see if I can find a picture, that picture for. I don't know. I now know how to do this, where to do it, but I don't think I have the energy to do that right now. I'm gonna have to bust out the image editing software, pick a image, etc. But I will switch it up. I will get rid of the existing emojis and put in different ones. Okay, how does that sound to everybody? Amazing, you say? Yeah, it is amazing. That's why it sounds that way. Because it's the most constant quandary of hat owners. Not when you dress someone down, not because there's anything mean about it, but just because you're being systematically fair and correct. Well, thank you, Winter Bird. Thank you. Thank you, Ted Talks Rock. Some TED Talks are pretty good, I guess. I have TED Talk jealousy. It's like, I should be the one talking. These people aren't even saying anything. $18.12 SFPs. ISFP. Just that person. He's funnier than C.S. Joseph for sure. The zoo is in chat. I don't know what these comments are for. Some old video from a long time ago that I don't remember at all. Can I give you all a visit? No, JC. You've already expressed too much interest in having sex with me, which I'm not remotely interested in having sex with you. Not because there's anything wrong with you per se, but you know, I'm happily married and not gay. So juggalos may rule the world, but they don't rule me, okay? Y'all stink! Do I have white dragon? I need some. I don't know what white dragon is, but I suspect in this instance it's probably refers to a drug, such as, I don't know, methcane, which is cocaine with just a hint of meth in it. I'm not Uncle Bob. Am I doing yes and improv? I don't do yes and. If I'm going to improvise something, I don't feel any need to be constrained by affirmation. Like, why do I have to only affirm things? That's not very interesting. I don't need this heuristic, half-assed rule of thumb to ideate freely. I can do it without any such rules. It's my attentional wheelhouse. And I'm hitting a home run. Look here, look, listen. Appearing offline does not stop it. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Look here, look, listen. Appearing offline does not stop it. Does not stop what? I appear both offline and online. In other words, when I'm not streaming, I don't cease to exist until the next stream. I continue to persist through time and space. Even when you can't see me. And that's a little something that I like to call object permanence. I notice you always say, that may be, but. Well, because, you know, relevancy is a struggle spot for lots of people. And so, for example, somebody might come in and say, as somebody did the other day, if God's omnipotent, can he make a rock so big that he can't lift it? And basically argued like that no, he couldn't and therefore is not omnipotent, or he could and therefore is not omnipotent. And my point would be, well, that may be that if the question were to be resolved with he could or he couldn't, that it would double bind you into some acknowledgement of a limited scope of power. But the only reason it feels that way is because you're not drawing the distinction between things that are logically impossible and things that are physically impossible. God can't be expected to make a square circle because if you're using that thought experiment with words to try to prove that an omnipotent God can't exist, well, you're asking something that omnipotence can't do. Omnipotence can't make a square circle because the use of language in the thought experiment here is simply an expression of contradictory premises, which is a fallacy that allows you to make anything valid but nothing sound. Don't stroke on live. I'll try not to, but if I really need to rub one out, no promises. Can I retroactively ask you to not stroke before you arrived? Or is it too late for that? You may remember that classic song, Stroke Me, Stroke Me, Stroke. Can I answer your question? What was your question? Let me see, I'll put it on live chat. Jordy Jordan said you are lummox, a hired hoodlum. Me? Nobody who understands anything would refer to me as a hired hoodlum. Am I on Medicaid? No. I don't have any kind of health insurance. I'm not a big fan of health care. How about you? Hamamuts123. Are you on Medicaid? I have a crippling addiction to cartoon horses. Is it really crippling you, though? I mean, it doesn't seem like that debilitating an expression of wantonness. Lummox is for the masses. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. So, whatever informative quality that reality has, and interpreting this my state of ignorance, well, go ahead and use it accordingly. Do duck can fly? I don't know if do duck can fly, but I do know this: regular ducks can fly. However, wingless ducks are unable to fly and should be discouraged from attempting it. All right, fine, go all in, you son of a bitch. Good. No! Yes, we split it. Okay, fine. I had that thing won. Jokes aside, what memory brings you joy? I don't spend a lot of time having a positive relationship with nostalgia. In general, when I'm spending time in my memories, I'm remembering things from the past that are bad, either mistakes I made that I'm embarrassed about, or potentially mistakes I made that I feel guilty about, um, failures of kindness, failures of character, things from many, many years ago sometimes will pop up in some sort of associative link and cause me to have the shame shivers. However, there are a couple of nice memories that I enjoy thinking back to. For example, the time that I talked to the city of Pomona and complained about having my First Amendment rights violated, and telling the story of how their horrible cops kept tasing the shit out of this poor guy for no good reason, etc. Jordy Jordan stole the surgery money. What surgery money? You mean Jordan Peterson stole his surgery money? He didn't need to steal it. He had plenty of money from his YouTube success, I'm sure, to pay for it in full. Earning money on YouTube, whether you think he deserves it or not, does not qualify as stealing anything. Just because you don't agree with his wrongnesses, which I don't blame you, does not mean he's scamming people. He's much more likely, just like everybody else, wrong and unaware of it. Or belligerently determined not to be aware of it. So, yeah, one of my favorite memories was the time that I made a fuss after the cop pushed me off of the curb with the butt of his beanbag gun because I was filming with my phone above my head, and it was like everyone was kind of like in silent, I don't know, in a state of hang. And then finally I said, "Stop tasing him." And then other people around me joined in and started saying it too. And because I was the first one to say it, I guess the cop thought I was the ringleader or whatever, and he pushed me off the curb with the butt of his beanbag gun. Naturally, I was like, "You just assaulted me. What are you doing?" But he wasn't concerned about respecting my rights or being a responsible cop in general. They just all wanted to get their turn in tasing this guy, I guess. And they didn't want some random guy like me telling them to stop tasing him. Even though if they had sufficient character to be in touch with their humanity, they would need have not needed me to tell them that. Fucking horrible Pomona cops. Ugh, that was a dramatic scene, but it was a very satisfying scene when I made a fuss and everybody they had to come listen to me. I got deposed and I told the whole thing, and I was like, absolutely, it was excessive use of force on this guy who's being tased. There's this whole gang of cops, all of them armed to the teeth. And there's one homeless guy with a towel on his head, and something that could have been ranging from a stick to a sword or a machete or something. And they've got him like surrounded by this whole gang of cops. As soon as he like moves a little bit towards them in this kind of mentally ill way, they start peppering him with beanbag guns. He goes to the ground and they just start tasing the fuck out of him. And it was horrible, you know. It's like, what the fuck are you idiots doing? Are you that? Are you that much a bunch of pussies? This whole huge gang of big burly armed men can't can't take this guy down without shooting his ass with beanbags and tasing him for way too long as he's screaming on the ground. It's ridiculous. There's no reason for that. And the cops don't even have to pay it themselves. I was trying to get the cops to have to pay me out of his pocket, but the city of Pomona wanted to pay me instead. Why? That's a great memory because I was right, and then I got to go talk to the city, and there was a lawyer for the guy who got tased, and he deposed me, and I got to tell all the story about how they shouldn't have tased him, and I said at the end of that, I was like, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. And he's like, oh, what are you here to talk about? And then I told him about how the cop pushed me off the curb and violated my First Amendment rights. I'm not drunk, you stupid fuck. For God's sake, I don't drink alcohol. I haven't touched it in 11 years. So, what I would point out to you, as I point out to many people, is you don't have to make assertions without any data, right? You could ask me a question. Are you drunk? Are you drinking alcohol? And then you wouldn't look like such a dumbass when you make this bald-faced counterfactual without even having done the simplest of legwork you could to verify it ahead of time. No, I don't drink. I haven't drank in 11 years, Superfly. I mean, if you had come around the channel on any occasion prior to this one, say multiple occasions, you'd know well my story of quitting drinking and my journey with sobriety. And believe me, if I were drinking, it would be abundantly clear because I would not be myself. Oh, gosh, did your fingers slip, Acacia? You have got such slippy fingers. I think Superfly is projecting. I think Superfly himself is drunk again and has a drinking problem and is projecting it onto me. People do that. They see me as, I don't know, their father, God, Jesus, the Buddha, Einstein, and everybody else good combined. And they say, if only. First Easter is at the top of their channel. I'm guessing the Christian Spirit laid an Easter egg somewhere and no one found it. Why am I slurring my words? Well, I do have a lot of missing teeth, which affect the way I talk somewhat, but I'm not slurring my words. I'm enunciating as well as I can, given the current state of my dental disrepair. But even if you were to articulate specific problems of clarity, it wouldn't be correctly called slurring. Well, Superfly, he who protests so much about this thing is most likely the drunk one, and that would be you. And I don't judge you for it. You be as drunk as you want. I don't give a fuck. It's not my business whether you're drunk. It's also not your business whether I'm drunk, but I am publicly live streaming, so I'm open to critique on those grounds of were I to be drunk. However, I'm obviously not. And your senseless, mindless attempts at provocation make me shake my head in a most pitiable fashion. You are. I am Because I think I am. I are. Why are the mods so soft and crash out at everything? What's there to be harsh about? Superfly likes to come here on this occasion and attempt to engage in debate in kind of like the Monty Python fashion, where I'm here to have a debate, and the other guy goes, "No, you're not." He's of the mindset that simple contradiction, repeated contradiction, is a good strategy, but it's not going to work, obviously, because his goal is to trigger some kind of emotional response in me. He's obviously getting engaged well, which he may feel is success, but I'm engaging with everything everybody says. Here he goes blocking me. I'm not blocking you. You are bad at telling whether you're being blocked, and you're also bad at telling whether somebody's drunk. You are terrible at checking things before making statements as well, so I don't know. I want to clean that up a bit. I'm not engaging with a bottle of scotch. I'm pulling bong rips. When somebody loves you, Superfly, you won't be dick. Then you'll finally realize, oh no. And then you'll be like, God, I wish I hadn't been such an ass. Now I feel ashamed of myself. Smoking makes your teeth decay. Oh, well, aren't you just a fount of health knowledge? I think I should listen to you. Hi, Dreamsy Smokes for Views. We're talking about me, Acacia, Winston's Bomb. You could join in too if you'd like. Dreamsy Smokes for Views. We're going to decay Superfly's teeth with smoke. You hold his mouth open, I'll blow smoke on his teeth. Being lame makes your messages ineffective. Acacia, that's how feelings get hurt. You shouldn't say true things to people that they don't want to hear. You and your slippy fingers again. If you were a receiver in a football game, you just do nothing but drop footballs. Superfly, also I think you're aiming a little too high with your name. If you want to go more than somehow regular fly or slightly under fly, which would be accurate, then go with aspiring fly. You're a long way from super. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that to help you in your journey of achievement. Is that so? You're all out of ideas. Is that it? Well, I'm not surprised. And I'm also not impressed. You gotta understand, I've been doing this for a long time. I've encountered a great number of provocateurs. Some do it better than others, you know? Gah, you bastard. Your jack nine beat my king queen. Yeah, you already used that idea. I want you to dig deep. I want you to think of something that's another idea that maybe you can get me with this. I'm going to zing him with this one, but a different idea. See if you can come up with another one. What's the first piece of music you can remember buying with your own money? I don't have a clear memory of that. I know I bought Kiss records as a kid. But I also had access to my dad's large record collection. And I listened to that. Listened to stuff from that, like the Beatles, for example. At a fairly young age, I was quite infatuated with the Beatles, which were like the best things that my dad had in his record collection. Superfly, I'm afraid you cannot remember that you've already said all of this. So you're just repeating yourself. And that's just being boring, which I don't mind really the counterfactuals because the only person you're convincing is yourself. But what I do mind is you being boring because being boring is lame. Yeah. Did mom did mom violate you with a scotch bottle, Superfly? I'm not a boomer. Gen X. 54. And Superfly, I can assuredly tell you this point. Even regular fly is a stretch. Maybe just put fly down. Working on becoming in parentheses in front of it. I mean, nothing sucks for me, dude. Superfly obviously shit sucks for you because you put all this energy into being provocative and it's not working. You're getting some kind of response, but it avails you nothing. Okay. I guess you might be a bot, but an incredibly poor bot who is not effective at being a bot. Because even bots have more capacity for scope and range than you're displaying here. I wonder, like, what his success criterion is. Like, does he have one? Is he gonna just keep saying the same thing until it achieves meow? If it doesn't achieve meow and achieves the alternative to meow or the opposite of it, is that going to make him at some point give up? Or will he just continue like some NPC stuck on walking into a corner over and over again, repeating himself? Well, he's not catching, he's catching neither flies, nor bees, nor anything else that eats honey. He's just catching a bad case of the failures. At this rate, he's going to get the morbs. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody, even someone as astray as poor Superfly here. Adrift in his own ontology, lost, confused. He lashes out at those who might afford him guidance in hopes that somehow, some way, his wounding of others can reflect his own pain. Alas, he's aiming up the wrong biscuit tree on this occasion, as he dramatically, ubiquitously, and abjectly lacks the chops to play in this forum here. He's got the morbs. Yep, he's got the morbs. We've diagnosed what's wrong with him. He's got the. Good news, everybody. I know what's wrong with him now. Everything's going to be fine except for Superfly. First you get the morbs, then you start deporting everybody. Slippery slope. Pretty soon it's just going to be Trump and some other old white people in the country, and He'll be like, there, we got rid of all those people and these people and those people. Anyone ever did sit in mushrooms together? No, I never have. I did mushrooms and mescaline together, and that was it's a lot better than just mescaline. Mescaline's not a very fun, good, comfortable drug to take, but if you mix it with mushrooms, it's fine. It just makes you sing that song, let's get physical, physical. Why doesn't anybody do Datura? Because it's a deliriant. It's not like a drug that you ever enjoy. It's going to make you feel very sick and delirious and kind of like having some kind of horrible fever dream. It's super poisonous, such that you have to get the dosage exactly right for even you to be on this weird, like, bubble of it not killing you. So it's bad stuff. And the other thing is, it's got kind of this salvia-esque way of making it so that the person is so detached from reality that they really can't take care of themselves. No, I never had 2CB. Gompers says I'm wrong. What do you think I'm wrong about, Gompers? Curtis Yarvin Schmertis Barvin. God, what a joke that guy is. That's not how you think. That's how you play, you know. I mean, treat NI like a whore. Curtis Yarvin can suck my Bertus Barvin. Acid's less intense than shrooms? Well, you mean the acid you're on is less intense than the shrooms? Can you distinguish between the two? That would seem like they blend in together pretty good. I know a lot about what? Drugs? Yeah. I do. It's because I'm fond of doing them with my brain, taking them with my mouth the same. Yeah, you know, I sometimes went through a little phase of watching videos about obscure drugs. There's this other thing. It's not Datura. They have in like Colombia. I forget what it's called. They call it like devil's breath or something. Bendemedio. Bendemedio. Yeah, that zombie drug that makes you basically super compliant and not the devil's lettuce. It sounds like kind of a horrible drug it's kind of like roofing somebody but they stay awake. What type of wisdom are we hearing tonight, OG? Well, we're talking about some scary drugs in the world that you probably wouldn't really want to do, such as Datura. How to have good penis health in order to perform whole life. Well, You need to rub replenishing penis serum onto your penis every day. And you need to engage in a policy of positive affirmational talk to your penis. Like, for example, the reason my penis is so healthy is because every morning I wake up and say, "Hey there, penis. You have been doing such an amazing job of urinating. And you know what else you're going to do a great job of? That's right, humping your hot wife. Let's do it. Together, you and me, we're going to hump her. It's going to be great. Let's go." And he knows I believe in him. I'm proud of him. I think he's a hard worker and an earnest fellow. I sometimes, if I want to keep my penis supple, I will soak it overnight in Spream, which is the world's only vegan, cruelty-free sperm oil substitute. So, if you can't get Spream at your local store, talk to the manager today and say, "Where is my Spream? Mine is overweight, needs a diet." Your Spream? You're talking about your penis. Well, are you sure you aren't measuring in metric? I think that's probably what's happening. A lot of times the doctor will give you a reading in metric and you'll be like, "Hey, I'm doing pretty well." But the reality is 3 grams is not that heavy. I'm sorry, Brandon. It's just the equivalent of 3 paper clips. Wait. And those metrics can be confusing. Like, my penis weight was 12 metric tons. I was like, "Well, how much is that? Is that more than 10 pounds?" And it turns out it was not quite 10 pounds. It's like 7.2 pounds or something. He had to use the larger the penis scales. The first one didn't go up that high. Because it's basically the same weight as a newborn baby. It's the same shape as a newborn baby, too. Which has caused consternation among women in my life. I'm not going to deny that. The first time I smoked runts, I coughed so hard I started passing kidney stones, then shat myself in front of the gang. And then you're like, "Hey, what's this stone?" I think it came out of my kidney. Who wants to eat it? And then everybody had one teeny slice of your kidney stone. So everybody got to taste it. And they all said the same thing. Tastes a lot like kidney. It was 10 metric tons. Wow. Yeah, metric ton sounds like a lot. Turns out it's 4 metric tons per pound. Unless you're talking about Icelandic metric tons, in which case it's a little bit more. Like, I have a barometric scrotal fold ratio of, or density, I guess you say, scrotal fold density of 700 folds per square inch. So I'm known to have one of the foldiest scrotums and scrota in all of humanity's myriad scrotal villages and historical parks. 700 folds per square inch on my scrotum. Now that's a tightly folded scrotum. Boo! I lose. I'm the big loser. What do you think about that? I won 63 cents, but I entered for $5.50 for a total loss of $4.13 or something. I don't know. Regardless, no matter what color you want to color it, it's always the color of failure. If this were the Old West and Tombstone was named Failure, I'd be Wyatt Earp. The most awesomest, rememberedest lawman of the old Wild West. Stop shooting me, Wyatt Earp, everybody would say. I'd say, too bad. I'm enforcing the law and Gengorsen Gegraw. Criminals would all say, oh no, Wyatt Earp's coming. He's the mediumest gunslinger in the West. Known to shoot his gun at a very average rate of speed. Better slow and accurate than fast and wild. Sometimes it would take him 15, 20 minutes just to get the gun out of his holster. He did it like some kind of really slow karate kata. Said, do not interrupt the elegance of my gun-drawing dance. It was flowery lull. I remember in 2002 I took a bong hit, huffed blade, and got passed out by a buddy. I dreamt I was digging out of a hole. I was in a seizure, didn't know. Yeah, don't huff Glade. I know somebody who huffed Glade too. You're not the first person to do it, but well, I mean, maybe they do amongst themselves. Maybe if you get women together with just other women, Sherry's like, oh my gosh, you guys, my vagina has been so cavernous lately. I feel like I could put a bowling ball up there. You know, 14-year-olds do interesting things sometimes. But the problem with huffing Glade is then you have to have that stinky air freshener smell in your lungs, I guess. Who wants that? Nobody. I think it's pretty amazing human beings became intelligent, then immediately started cutting on their most precious sensitive areas. You mean chopping off their foreskin? Or do women do that? I don't think so. I don't do that. They have a little bit more sense. I don't know who came up with this idea, like, let's chop off the foreskin from these children's penises. It's crazy if you think about it. Like, why are they doing this? They're like, we just don't like it. Like, just this unnecessary flap of skin. Just chop it off. Noses, lips, eyelids. Well, you know, They're all like, look at me. I'm achieving hierarchy in the group by conforming to upholding and maybe even excelling in certain group traditions, you know. Juice. I don't want any juice. I have a cup of coffee here. Oh, actually, it's empty. Let's go refill it. With Nick Nolte as Jeff Bezos in what critics call the best thriller since Live to Let Die. In Venice. Hey, we want to have our wedding here. No, get out of here, you. That's kind of how the script goes. But we don't want to get out of here. We're all super rich. We could pay you more money. Fuck off. Go have your wedding in a military base, Jeff Bezos. That is your real name. More like Jeff B. Lame. Like, don't you even have any concept of how to be cool? No. Why? Because you're too busy making Amazon. Like, we get it, okay, it's convenient and everything. But you don't need to be all, now I gotta buy the city of Venice for a day or two so I can have my incredibly self-important ceremony. Like, yeah, where we had our wedding? Right here at our house. Jeff Bezos, I'm sure, has a very nice house. He could just have the wedding there at his house. You don't need to go to Venice. Who wants a travel wedding, for fuck's sake? I don't want to travel somewhere to see you get married. If I do want to travel somewhere, it's certainly not Italy. I could conceivably travel to, say, Canada to get married. Or, I don't know, not travel at all and get married at your house like we did. Perfect place to get married. And you see the images of sun coronal mass ejection, huge. Is it heading our way? We could have gone to the Congo. Who could have gone to the Congo? Kongor the Barbarian? Bezos. Yeah, well, I don't think anybody wants to get married in the Congo, you know. Obviously, Bezos and or Mrs. Bezos, they had visions of romantically being pulled around the canals by bandoliers. But instead, they got shouted away by the citizens of Venice who said, "Get the funk out of Dodge, Baldy." Lots of rare earths. Well, I don't care how many rare earth metals you have in the Congo, Brandon. That doesn't make it a good wedding destination. For example, how much do you trust Congorian catering? I don't trust it that much. Yeah, they basically tried to rent the whole city of Venice and a bunch of the canals for this wedding. And the citizens of Venice were just like, no, fuck off. And then they had to move it to a military base. Much to their dismay, I'm sure, but much to the satisfaction of everybody else, I think. Just like, okay, we get it, you're all super rich and shit, and it's a big event for you, but you have so much money and ability to make shit happen. Maybe try making shit happen in a way that doesn't inconvenience a whole city's worth of people. You know? Be sensible. How could you be so successful and have so little sense? Yeah. I like the way that the whole space trip for women shit just like they did not understand how that was going to play at all. It didn't play like they wanted it. And it was incredibly dumb. No matter which way you cut it, it was dumb as a bucket of shit. Oh my god, I'm Katy Perry and I'm in space. Look at this flower. Peace, love. Let's see. Did you see my silver comment earlier? Do you think it was a good choice? I'll have to look up again at it. The silver comment. I don't see any silver comment. But I do see the coronal mass ejection. You could have went to the Congo, lots of rare earths. That's all I see. I don't see any silver comment. Are you about $25,000 worth of silver? What did you buy it at? I want to buy silver too. Oh, fuck you with your 9. Oh my god. I remember that shit. Yeah, well, that's why I want to buy it too, Brandon. It's nice to have precious metals in a safe deposit box because it converts into cash easily when you need it, you know. What's a CME? Was it Charlie's Militant Extremists? Hi. Welcome to Charlie's Militant Extremists. We're a ragtag group of extremists with all different ideologies that often conflict. But here at Charlie's Military Extremists, we believe that having extremism in common is enough. It's like a solar flare. Solar flare, schmoller bear. That's what I would say about solar flares. Overrated. Alright, I'm done. I lost my poker tournament. In short order, geomagnetic storms are possible soon. I'll believe in my geomagnetic storm when a combination of static electricity and other charged atmospheric particles literally rip me up off the ground and fling me around through the sky like a rag doll. Then I'll believe in these so-called geomagnetic storms. Oh, ball lightning, huh? I'll tell you when I'll believe in ball lightning. When lightning shoots directly out of my balls. When I get hired by the state of California to electrocute people by dragging these nuts across your face, then I'll believe in ball lightning. There was some Carrington event thing. Yeah, I'm familiar with it, G. I'm familiar with it. That was a long time ago, okay? I have mindless faith in my optimism that everything's going to be fine. That's the best kind of faith. I like to pee on an electric fence, confident that the small gaps in the pee stream will be sufficient to prohibit it from jumping all the way up to my dick. And if it doesn't, then I figure, hey, free electroshock therapy. Can I get free electroshock therapy? Sure. Just stand here, pull this lightning rod, go into the storm there, see what happens. How much electricity do you think you want? Give it to me all. I want all the electricity. All right, well, this is the best solution for that then. So you can get the whole bolt. It's gonna have to just try to chug it down, you know. Don't pause or you get grossed out. Just the whole bolt. It's kind of hard to believe any video in this day and age. Yeah, like most people don't even believe that when I was a newborn baby, I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse. They say, no, that must be an AI generated video. But the fact is, there's only one 16 millimeter film reel of it. And you can see clearly the impassioned motivational speech I give the horse before he attempts the jump. And I think you can see on the other side, where the other 16 millimeter camera picks up, the surprise is clear on both of our faces. We did not expect to make it. I expected to have to jump off the horse mid-flight and leap off ahead and to the other side of the canyon while he fell to his death, but I was glad he didn't. I was an awfully good life coach to that horse. He went on to win 7 Olympic gold medals in show jumping and dressage. Who needs a video when you have compelling, obviously true stories like the ones I'm telling? It's like Abraham Lincoln once said, I cannot tell a lie. George Washington cut down the cherry tree. My take on the Epstein situation is very rich and powerful people are connected to Epstein in ways that are non-definitively damning, which is to say they're on a list, they're going to be perceived as guilty by association by most people. And the combination of that legitimate argument and their wealth and power make it such that it's all getting brushed under somebody's rug. Like, at least somebody got the chance to ask questions of Bill Gates, and boy, was he a freaking squirrely little shit about it. But my main take on the Epstein situation, more important than some expose or list of people, is that the ultimate obstruction of justice occurred when he was obviously executed by somebody in jail, bringing any hopes of a larger investigation to a close, largely, you know. That's a very unfortunate reality, because I think we all like justice. We all like it when the justice system holds wrongdoers accountable, especially if they're serial wrongdoers and sexual predators and exploitative people, you know. Nobody wants such people on their softball team. Of course, Epstein was super effy, very glad handy, and big smiles and stuff. I guess that fools a lot of people. Other people just think, like, oh my God, that guy's so fake. So other people might think, like I might think, it's not doesn't really matter if he's fake or not. I'm not gonna be moved by that kind of FE stuff very much about anything. And you know, he has an ENFJ, be his benefactor type, which means cognitively aligned to not really listen to an ENFJ. Think that what they're saying matters very much, which I experienced with our realtor Zoe, who gave me reasons thinking that she was providing me the kind of TI stuff that she had read me to be receptive to. But it was like, no, you're missing the point here. The reason I was upset earlier was because I was being a baby and a dick. It's all on me. I'm sorry. And I was being a spoiled baby dick. I guess I was being a spoiled dick baby, really. But, I'm bipolar. Sometimes I don't handle frustration well. If I'm in a certain mood, I don't like waiting for things when things don't resolve as they're supposed to on a timetable. I don't get to know shit because it's interfacing stuff instead of just TI execution stuff. I had a little bit of a tantrum. I'm not proud of having this little tantrum. I wish it hadn't happened. I know it makes things unpleasant for Rachel when I'm all like, somebody's head's gonna roll, which I wasn't that deep into my frustration on Monday, but I want, if I'm being frustrated by a lack of answers, a lack of alacrity, I want to make phone calls and bust chops. But it's only in very rare instances is that a good thing to do if you want outcomes or not to feel bad later. Feel like a dummy yelled at the wrong people. You don't like people touching or annoying rattling noises are being considered to dumb people? So he just pays you some of your own taxes back to keep you quiet and the perpetrator suffer no consequence. The beehole patrol. Show beehole. I mean my brow hole? Well, I got one here and one here. These holes beneath my brow. They're filled up with eyeballs at the moment, but underneath the eyeballs are holes. It was fine by me. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's okay. I was very annoyed at Pomona when it took me like a week of calling their city attorney every day, and I never did get a call back until finally I got the message saying, I'm going to this budget meeting that I see is scheduled in the city of Pomona on Mia Day to explain to them how their city attorney is a complete waste of money who's not even responding to somebody with an absolutely legitimate case, not even attempting to nip in the bud the potential liabilities. I got a call like, I don't know if it was the next day or hours later, but it was quick after that. Once I told him I was going to go tell the budget meeting that he was a big waste of money, he didn't want me to do that, I guess. Could have just been coincidental in timing, but I don't think so. I had to harangue that fucker to get a response. It's like, don't tell me you think that you're going to just ignore me and I'll go away. The hell I will. I have a legitimate complaint, and somebody's going to hear it and say, yes, you were right, Eric. You do have a legitimate complaint. He shouldn't have done that, and here's some money. Police. They need to respect rights more than anybody, not respect them less than everybody. They should be the standard, not the failure to uphold the standard. I don't know what you're talking about, Brandon. What are these noises you're talking about? I'm going to have to scroll up and see what I missed. You're not going to shit in my yard, okay? You go shit in your own yard. Moving corruption at that scale, kill any patriotic government? No, I think that there are many instances in which corruption makes an effort to win the day, and it doesn't. But there are other instances where it does, and it's an ongoing battle. You don't like people touching or annoying rattling noises or being considerate to dumb people. No, the lawyer. Well, I mean, it was when I was just a squeaky wheel squeaking on his answering machine, then he could safely ignore me. When I informed him of my plan to go inform other people in his colleague circle and such, in the city government, about his absolute uselessness, his poor job performance, his failure to respond to me, and the increasing liability they're incurring by ignoring my just claims. Well, at that point he knew he was beat. He should have known it from my early communication. It should have been obvious that he didn't want to park with me. But what I found interesting is he did not seem to care at all about the financial interests of Pomona, because I explained to him this case was actually a perfect example of an individual officer violating an enumerated constitutional right without actually causing any physical harm, which would make it harder to sue the individual cop because of the way the Supreme Court has parsed out qualified immunity. But this case would not be subject to qualified immunity. But of course, the city attorney was to me, he wanted to pay me off rather than hold the actual person accountable. Fucking bureaucrats and their failure to care about what's relevant and matters. What a horrible, horrible failure of local government. And this is what you call a horrible, horrible cat. But you know where there's not horrible local government? Where democracy actually seems to work and make sense? Here in Mariposa, where we just have county level government, and everybody seems kind of devoted to the idea of let's be sane. Let's not let's not forget what we're doing here. We're county board of supervisors in a county that has no municipalities because we don't want to have a bunch of needless government stuff. That's why there are no stoplights in the county. Because government's smotherment unless they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. which they usually aren't. Usually doing some other shit. All right, I'm going to wrap this up now. So I want to bid each and every one of you the very fondest of adieus. And I want to promise that I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you sleep the sleep of a baby log dog rock, the sleepiest thing of all. I'm glad you ain't no Franklin, because Franklin can suck it. All right, until next time, goodbye, good night, and good luck.